welcome you all to this amazing event that we're doing on behalf of the SESA project partners. I want to thank each of every one of you for being here today. The goal of this summit is to showcase and accelerate transformative projects in smart energy solutions in the African context. Today we'll be showcasing some of these innovative solutions that have been part of our accelerator program, and to facilitate partnerships for sustainable development in Africa. Here's a brief overview of the agenda that we will have today. First, we will do an introduction on what is SESA, what are we doing to support these innovative solutions in Africa, followed by the first pitching session of startups. We'll have a group of 4 startups working on smart energy solutions. We will go then for a coffee break, 15-minute coffee break, and then we will come back to have the second part of our pitching sessions with 5 of our companies. In Africa, followed by the closing remarks of our team. So I really want to thank you all and start by introducing what is Smart Energy Solutions for Africa. SESA, it's a collaborative project between the European Union and 9 African countries: Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Malawi, Morocco, Namibia, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Nigeria. Our main goal, or our aim, is to provide energy access technologies and business models that can be easily replicable and scalable, hopefully, and for those to generate local opportunities for economic development and social cohesion in the African context. So we have several local living labs, and SESA is expected to facilitate some co-development of scalable and replicable energy access innovations. As you will see here, we have co-development test sites, 2 of them. In West Kenya, we have some validation test sites that you see in orange in Morocco, Ghana, Malawi, and South Africa. And we also have 4 replication sites in Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Namibia. So this is the work that we're doing on site. Here's a brief overview of the technologies that we are targeting: e-mobility, circularity, productive use of energy, second life batteries, e-waste, solar mini-grids, climate proofing, clean cooking, and energy efficient, among other technologies. So with this being said, and this brief introduction to our project, I wanted to share with you our approach to funding, financing, and procurement on the context of the SESA project. So I am a project manager at F6S, and we are leading this specific task on our project. F6S is the #1 corporate innovation community, and we offer a platform for founders, startups, SMEs, and corporates to be matched together. So since we are doing this work already, we are also providing these services and providing the support into the SESA consortium. We have over 300 sectors tracked on our platform, over 20,000 partners on F6S, among accelerators, venture capitalists, corporates, and universities, also research and innovation centers. And we have made more than 250,000 connections between companies and corporates. So what are we doing regarding funding, financing, and procurement for the companies that are part of the SESA project? Well, we have 2 main goals. The first goal that we're trying to reach is to showcase the solutions that we've been developing in the framework of our project that are aligned to national and international frameworks and priorities in order to achieve a sustainable future. And the second goal that we are trying to target it's to provide access to financing and procurement opportunities to the companies that are part of our accelerator program. So we have two targets. The first target, it's in the work that we've been developing internally in the SESA project. We have launched a call for ideas, and the outcome of this call for ideas, it's 10 concept notes that we will be evaluating and further developing into pre-feasibility studies. And then on the other side, we have the SESA innovators, which you will have the pleasure to meet on this stage here today, that were selected under the SESA call for entrepreneurs. So the specific actions that we have taken to achieve these goals, we have mapped potential funding opportunities that our consortium as well as our companies can have access to. We have mapped relevant stakeholders on the sector. We have made an assessment of their needs. And with this, we came up with the idea of hosting this event, this Invest and Procure Summit, with the goal of making an introduction of these startups to the general public and relevant stakeholders on the sector, and to potentially form partnerships. And on the other side, an access to the F6S platform to provide additional access to finance and potential partnerships. I wanted to present briefly the results of this call for ideas that I have mentioned were developed into 10 concept notes. The call for ideas was made in 3 steps. We collected internally these texts, then we have developed the concepts, and in the last steps we will be working on 4 pre-feasibility studies. Here's an overview of the countries involved on this project's potential call. 6 countries involved with a potential investment of over 13 million euros and more than 2.5 million impacted. So the first concept idea is enhancing use of standalone solar system. The goal is to solve energy affordability. The technology is photovoltaic off-grid to benefit over 7,000 households and reduce emission in over 15,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. They're looking for grant, bonds, loans, guarantee and equity, and their estimated total cost is 89,000 euros. The second concept note that we are presenting today is electrifying transportation solutions and mobility. The goal is to provide support in energy transition in the transport sector. The technology that they will be using is e-mobility and solar energy, and they're looking also for grants, equity finance, and public-private partnerships with an estimated cost of 2,700,000 euros. Then our third concept note, it's off-grid solar-powered cold rooms. The goal of this idea is to solve food loss and waste, to provide solar energy services to vendors in off-grid areas. The technology that they will be using is photovoltaic off-grid and cooling. They're also looking for grants, loans, and equity finance with an estimated cost of around 400,000 euros. We have microgrids for off-grid communities, which its goal is improve renewable energy accessibility and affordability. The technology to be used is solar energy and PV off-grid, reduce emissions of 3.4 megatons of CO2, and they're also looking for grants and public-private partnerships. Number 5 is mobile solar storage system for power backup of milk facilities. The goal is to reduce milk loss. This will have an impact of reduced emission of 58 tons of CO2 equivalent a year. The technology that they will be using is solar energy and cooling with an estimated cost of 273,000 euros. They are looking for grants and also public-private partnerships. Number 6 is smart ear tags. The idea and the goal of this concept note is to solve stock theft incidents and to benefit over 1,500 farmers in the area of deployment. These technologies that they will be using, it's solar energy and satellite GPS, and with an estimate cost of around 180,000 euros. They're looking for grants and loans. Number 7 is waste, biomass to energy for cooking. The idea for this specific concept is to solve clean cooking fuel options accessibility in 5,000 rural and peri-urban households. The technology they'll be using is waste to energy and clean cooking with an estimated cost of 300,000 euros. They are looking for grants, loans, guarantees, equity financing, and also public-private partnerships. Number 8, it's biogas production for clean cooking in schools. The goal is to reduce air pollution and health cooking related issues. The technologies that they'll be using, it's biogas and clean cooking with a reduction of 80% on CO2 emissions. This has an estimate cost of 80,000 euros per unit, and the company leading this idea, it's looking for loans from private investors and commercial banks. Number 9, it's clean electricity via decentralized renewable mini-grids. The goal is to solve clean energy accessibility and affordability for 210,000 people through solar energy. The technology they'll be using, it's solar photovoltaics and clean cooking, and the leading company aims to reduce emissions of 31 tons of CO2 equivalent annually. The cost estimate is 250,000 euros, and this specific idea, it's looking for grants and equity from international sources and foundations. And last, the smart LED street lighting. The idea is to solve the high cost and emissions of street lighting while improving safety for the beneficiaries of this initiative. The technologies that they'll be using will be energy efficient and LED lights. The leading company, it's looking for grants, and this specific idea has an estimated total cost of 971,000 euros. So these are some of the ideas that we've been developing internally, our team and the leading team from ICLAID World Secretariat. So if any of these are of your interest, or you might want to get more information about those, you can contact our colleague Jaume, and here's his contact information. Thank you very much. So moving forward, I'll be introducing my colleague, Laura Stitch, from Siemens Foundation, so she can talk a little bit more about the SESA call for entrepreneurs and the companies that are joining us here today. So welcome, Laura.
Yeah, hi everyone. Also warm welcome from my side. As Natalia already said, I have the pleasure to give you a little bit more background on how we come to the way to the summit today. So, as she already introduced, I'm from Siemens Foundation, and we are also a partner of the SESA Consortium. But as a part of the social entrepreneurship department of our foundation, it's my absolute pleasure to witness today how you will unveil your groundbreaking solution to such a crowd with different stakeholders. Yeah, have a collaboration in the energy sector so we can accelerate the energy solution around the African continent. Because I think for SESA, the most important thing, or we are mostly committed to, is that we want to improve the access to sustainable energy under affordable and reliable conditions. And I think at Siemens Foundation, we are even more convinced that this is only possible through you as social entrepreneurs who have the vision to localize those solutions and develop them, because I think that's like the most important part to go forward. Exactly. So Sorry, that's my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous. I think it's especially important to show a little bit of what of kind support those companies received to be here today. And this is especially as Siemens, we were responsible for the financial support. Smart Innovation was responsible for the non-financial support. And as SESA itself, you all became part of a bigger ecosystem, right? Where you benefited from peer-to-peer exchanges like the last 2 days, and also have today the possibility to pitch your presentation. So on behalf of the SESA consortium, Siemens Foundation was leading the subcontracting process and selection process for the cohort, which we are seeing today. So what that means is that we cannot make the selection process ourselves. So first of all, I want to thank you, our expert jury from the SESA consortium, and also our valued partner from Smart Innovation, who helped us to select 9 different companies from 5 different African countries. And those companies received between 50,000 and 100,000 euros of support to boost the scale up of their businesses. And during the incubator program, they received a 6 weeks tailored program created by Smart Innovation. And I think they will also be receiving after the summit expert mentorship, which will help them to boost and scale their solution and ideas. So I think it also was not easy for those companies to come here today, because they had to compete against 105 applicants, which is a huge amount of money. So I think also they will be showcasing the creme de la creme of the companies who applied. And they went through a 3-step due diligence process, which means, first of all, they had to fulfill some kind of eligible criteria, which meant that they need to be registered in one of the focus areas Natalia was already presenting, and that they had to align with those countries' challenges. And most importantly, they had to have a kind of uniqueness and innovativeness to be here today. So after they first got through the eligible criteria, they had to do some kind of interviews and even had to compete against each other in a pitching session. So yeah, congratulations that you made it so far already and have the opportunity today to present again. Exactly, so those 9 companies have very unique solutions. So we have 9 companies who are acting in 6 different kind of domains. So we have them from the solar mini-grid system solution, solar irrigation systems, which will be presented, solar cold chain solution, but we're not only working in solar, so we also have companies from the clean cooking industry who will show you how you can generate energy from waste, and also companies who work with second life batteries and will repurposing them for different kind of productive use cases. Exactly, and those companies are coming from Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Namibia. So yeah, as you can see, we have a huge field of different countries who are participating as we want to accelerate and collaborate across the African continent and create those connections of collaboration. So yeah, I would say the most interesting part is not that, as in our first call where we were more at the early stage, those are very mature companies who already have a proven kind of concept, and also some of them already raised seed capital. So I think it's an impressive crowd to watch today and to listen today. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think be ready for some inspiring talks today, and I will give the floor to the companies, and I think as a German to my entrepreneurs, break a leg. And yeah, I think you got this, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Laura, for your presentation and for giving us a little bit of context on what we will be seeing today. So before we start our first group of startups in this pitching competition a little bit, showcasing another little bit, we have some rules that we want to to share with the floor. As you all know, and people seeing us online, this event is streamed, so keep in mind that you can also access it after it's over, and you can rewatch the pitches from our companies. We have an expression of interest form, so if any investor or potential partner is interested in any of our startups, we will be sharing this link. You also have it in the brochures that we've been passing, so just fill in with your information afterwards. You have it on the stickers, and we will also have it on the chat. Each startup will have 7 minutes to pitch, and then we will allow for 7 minutes also for a Q&A from the audience, both online and people that are here on site. When you hear the sound, this is for our startups. This will mean you only have 1 minute to finish your presentation, so stay tuned to the sounds. And without further ado, I want to introduce the first group of startups. Our first startup is Cool Lion Energies, followed by Drit Oven, Ohengo Investment, Haven Hill Synergy. So, welcome to the stage to Richard Seshi from Cool Lion Energies.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Seshi. I'm the founder of Cool Lion. So Cool Lion is providing cooling power to smallholder farmers in Africa. And here's the reason why. So according to McKinsey, $75 billion will be the online spending that will reach Africa by 2025. So 75 billion by 2025 is a big number. But many of us will agree that when it comes to delivering fresh produce to your home, not many deliveries companies are able to do that. Or if they do that, they do it poorly. So meet Akisi. She's a pineapple farmer. And so she understands that she's not able to capitalize on this. But there's more to that story, actually. The food produce that Akisi grows, a big chunk of that ends up representing food waste. And as a matter of fact, 36% of the food produce that is harvested by farmers ends up at food spoilage. And this maintains farmers in poverty. So we believe here that by providing better cold chain logistics, this could make a big difference. So my company is establishing a network of cold storage fulfillment centers. So they sit within cities or close to cities, which represent final consumption centers. The idea here is that they're going to provide a complete cold chain distribution solution. So it means that you're able to store your food produce, we're able to have it, to have the inventory, to provide private packaging and labeling, to ensure that we work with third-party transportation services to enable last mile fulfillment orders, whether they are online or offline. So these fulfillment centers, we call them coal factories. Coal factories basically are less than 1,000 square meters, so you can picture them as small size or medium size distribution centers that sit within cities. They're renewable energy powered. They're able to provide an end-to-end cold chain capacity, but especially they're focusing on the agricultural and food sectors. So the idea here is that we open to provide cold storage and services extending to the agricultural sector whether it means fresh produce, processed fish, processed food, fisheries, dairies, and others. In Cote d'Ivoire, my country, this represents a serviceable addressable market of $400 million. And in the last decade, the country was able to produce on average every year 3.1 million tons. So we represent one of the biggest food baskets in West Africa and even in Africa. The way we're going to generate money is that we're going to use a pay-as-you-store model. So whether it means a pay-per-use, a pay-per-package, a pay-per-volume, bringing this produce being stored. We're looking at locking customers into long-term agreements through providing what we call monthly subscriptions. And of course, when you have to fulfill orders, you will need extra services like private packaging and labeling, which will attract an extra fee. Some of the technical characteristics that Cool Lion provides give us a competitive edge. But what I really want to stress out here is that our unique value proposition here is a unique insight. The fact that we understand that we're combining cold storage infrastructure with market linkages. And this is something that we're going to do that gives us a first mover advantage in Cote d'Ivoire, and that we intend to sustain over the long term. So my team, I'm the founder of Cool Lion, so I have 14 years of experience as an impact innovator. I was trained in the US and did executive education programs at Lagos Business School and also Stanford University. My partner has 8 years of experience in deploying solar energy solutions, and we have a 2-person advisory team that help us move the company forward. So what have we done now until then? In 2022, we were able to prototype our solar-powered cold room, and we were able to actually develop also our technology stack. And up to today, we have deployed our solar containerized facility. So those are solar-powered container rooms that are serving close to 2,000 smallholder farmers in my country today. We've grown our revenue 7 times, reaching $310,000 US in 2023 last year. And we're slated to open our first cool factory facility by the end of this year. So you can see these are some images of some of our deployments here. And those are some use cases of some of the cold rooms that we use. Financially, we're looking at increasing our net revenue from $310K to $1.7 million in the next 3 years. And to be able to achieve that, we're asking $1.2 million US. So this is going to be a debt investment, preferably. We're looking at building 3 cool facilities from now until 2025. And in addition to that, we're looking at grant funding that's going to empower 2,000 farmers for post-harvest and also provide 2 processed food brands for women majority cooperatives. So thank you, and join us, and let's change the face of agriculture in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. To our colleague, I wanted to know if there are any questions from the audience that you might have at this time.
Thank you so much. My name is Charles. I wanted to know, how long does this product stay in your cold room? And a typical farmer, how much and can they afford? Do they pay to access the cold room? Thank you.
Yeah, so it depends. Currently, it depends on the food produce that is stored and the temperature it's stored. But on average, we can store food produce of up to 3 weeks. So 3 weeks is large enough to be able, to evacuate the food produce and to be able to find a market opportunity to do that. So on average, it's 3 weeks for fresh produce. Now, our cold rooms currently, the model that we've deployed is not that we invite farmers to come and store. We work rather with farmers' cooperatives. So what we deployed is that we have a layaway solutions that extends up to 24 months to farmer cooperatives. So they have to pay the container, the solar cold room over 24 months. And then also that's one of the reasons that in addition to that, business stream. We're also looking to expanding and adding a cool facility, new business model.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Michael. Actually, you just answered the first question that I had, but the second question is, so you're looking for funding, and how much equity what's the valuation of the company?
Well, I think like in everything, the valuation, we're quite open in terms of, looking at it. But traditionally, if we look at, what we believe would be a fair proposition from our side, we understand that our valuation will reach up to $2 million USD currently, based on the current revenue we attract. But like I mentioned, this is a capital-intensive business. So because it's capital-intensive, we're looking preferably at a debt instrument or a convertible debt instrument that would allow us to, look at fulfilling the ambition of setting up our cool facilities. But obviously, we're also open to a mix of equity and debt.
Thank you so much. I think, Richard, we have a question from the online audience. So, Laura, please.
Sure. So the question from the audience is that as you work with smallholder farmers and they are a very specific target group, how are you attracting them to get to your cold rooms?
So thank you for that. So most of the cold room deployments we did in Cote d'Ivoire today have extended and worked with the mango sector because in Cote d'Ivoire this was one of the most welcoming sector. You would know in Cote d'Ivoire we have 100,000 tons of mango that is produced every year, and up to 50% of that actually ends up as food loss. So they were very receptive in terms of us deploying our solutions. In the case of the cool factory model, we open to any sort of food produce in general, but especially horticulture. So everything related to tomatoes, pepper, cabbage, and so on and so forth.
There's one more question, which is, has the company worked on mobile cold chain solutions?
Mobile cold chain solutions is something that is not currently in a short-term pipeline, but it's something that we could look at. The reason why is that it brings a number of technical complexity additionally. So we believe that our model is a little bit different. The idea is to set up the cooling facilities, which are fixed, facilities, but then to extend that service with, cold chain logistics. So that might be vehicles that are able to refrigerated vans that are able to actually ensure that we provide a cold chain integrity solution from place A to place B.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Richard, for all your insights. So now we will move on to our next company. So Namibia-based Dritoven Engineering, please come to the stage. Remember 1 minute when the sun comes, okay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Safeni Mungungu, and I'm the head of mechanical department at Dritoven Engineering. I'm here to present to you a community-based solar irrigation system. just a quick introductory of my company. Dritoven Engineering is a Namibian-based EPC, which is engineering, procurement, and construction. And we mainly do business implementation, design, project management, procurement, and installation of different systems. The problem that I'm pitching here today is the issue of food insecurity in our country, lack of irrigation systems. That is due to the drought that we have in our country. Then we have an issue of high price hikes in the food production, agricultural food production. That's due to also drought and lack of supply into the market. We have the issue of our agricultural products that are coming from our neighboring country, especially South Africa. That is also causing the hiking of the price. And then we have some of our farmers that are doing irrigations that are using generators, and the cost of fuel is very high. For instance, I have a video there of a small-scale farmer that
I'm so sorry, we're experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty, but it'll be fixed soon. Well, while we wait, this won't impact in the time of your pitching. That's not his presentation.
For instance, we can see there, this is one of, we have put out a lease to own business model for small scale farmers that we are currently running. This is one of the farmers that have applied to benefit from our irrigation solar system. He's pumping using a generator from a canal, and is having pipes all over his sawdust to water his vegetation. What is the technology that we offer? We do offer underground water detection services, and we do have equipment for our own drilling services. And we do installation of top range pumps that we also stock up. We have implemented a business model of lease to own, whereby farmers, to be able to afford these equipments, they go on a contract of a lease to own models. We also practice modern farming technique like hydroponic and aquaponic systems for areas that have water scarcity. We offer also service of maintenance and repair of these equipments. The market, we engaged with a lot of different OEMs, which is original equipment manufacturers of solar irrigation across the world, whereby we get competitive price so that we can be able to offer good pricing to our clients. And at the same time, we use local platform to advertise this, local offices. And then last year when we put out, or this year when we put out the lease to own for small scale farm, we received more than 100 applicants. We cannot accommodate all of them, but that's the numbers. And through their production, we can use the agency that are mandated by the government to promote and to put the agricultural product into the market. Competition, because of our lease to own program, our system will turn out to be cheap, because we are the only one who are offering that currently, and we offer both different services, or a complete range of service to our customers, that is sales, installation, and maintenance of these systems. Some of our competitors, like EcoSan, they only do sales. Some of them, they do sales and installation only, but they don't do maintenance of these equipments. And as we are targeting a full segment from small scales to large, but some of the competitors, they only target large scales segment of the market. Milestones, we have completed some of the small scale farming irrigation that are pumping water from the canals, increasing our revenues by 30%. We have farmers that are on the area where we have a lot of cattle farms, and they are doing animal food feeders, and they do irrigation of this. We have did installation that make our market outreach by increasing it by 70%. We have done an innovative irrigation project on the wheel for Musesha project in Kavango region, and we have added drilling and water mapping to our portfolio. How do we make money? We make money from the direct sales of the irrigation system, complete irrigation system. Then we do make money from the installation services. We make money from the contracts that we offer our clients, whereby they pay a portion of a percentage, and then the rest they pay within the 24 to 36 months. And then we make money from the maintenance and repair of these equipments. This is a financial projection of 3 years. This is a reflection from our renewable department, which also include electrification. We see a gradual growth of revenues and so the net income. What is our asking? We are asking for 1,500,000 euros, and this is to kickstart multiple solar irrigation lease-to-own programs that we are currently running. We want to do irrigation processing and marketing of these products for our farmers, and then we want to stock up our inventories with the equipment. Currently, we just have an inventory of about 5% of what we need, and then we want to equip our current maintenance center with machines to repair these equipments. Our team includes me. I'm the head of mechanical department, Jackson Angolo, the head of electrical department, and then Mr. Franz Nanjebo, the head of renewable energy. And those are 3 departments that we have. And among our teams, we have electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, field service technicians, and also financial officers. Thank you.
Well, 1 minute left. So congratulations, that was a really good pitch. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties, but are there any questions from our audience? Yes, we have one over here.
Hi, I'm Aditya. Thank you for your pitch. In general, like, what's your 5-year vision for your company and for your products?
Okay, our 5 years vision for our product, we are planning to have at least 100, especially small scale farmers that are on our lease agreement contracts. And in the process, we are also going to develop community-based business models to be able to process and add values to their productions, help them market, have community-based people and community, especially the youth that are working within their community, and they are working for our company within their community to put value or to add values to their production that they are doing, and help with the process of adding it into the market. And that will help with the shortage of supply into our market in terms of agricultural production.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer. Other questions from the audience? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tony. I'm so interested to hear about the leased-own model. My question is, what would happen if the farmer or the client doesn't pay for the installment? What happens there? What measures do you use to?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question, because that will be probably one of the common issues that are happening. Usually, some farmers have other sources of income, but you would find a farmer that's strictly just a farmer, and they have a shortage of other income to be able to fund for this system. And that is the most interesting case, because those are the people that you would want to attract and help, because those would be full-time farmers. So our contract that we drafted for the lease to own model, it has all the terms and conditions that the farmer has to go through and read. And part of it is that if a farmer is struggling to do repayment, because we usually give them a grace period, because we understand how agriculture works. Production need to reach maturities. For those ones that are 100% farmers and they do not have upfront income, we give them a grace period, and then we help them with the process to ensure that they are able to get some funding. But if the farmer is completely unable to able to afford at the beginning or throughout the process, maybe they are receiving the funds, but they are not paying up, we usually, the action is to take back the system, but that is not what we usually opt to it. And for us to ensure that we are getting a value of our system, the percentage that we offer, the percentage that we offer, which is ranging from 10% to 50% upfront payment, it acts as some kind of collateral and also determination whether this farmer is really serious. Because if someone is willing to pay up to 50% of something, you would not want to just lose it for not paying during production.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from our audience here? Okay, we have one more.
Okay, thank you very much for a good pitch. Michael again. I've learned these days that Namibia is a very huge country but has a small population, which means that it could be that the market is pretty small. Is it possible for you to scale internationally as well?
Yes, it's possible.
And how? And how?
I think that the market that we can quickly explore is Angola, on our northern border. We have did some consultancy with companies there to see and evaluate their market demand. They are almost experiencing the same issues that we are experiencing in our northern side, which is drought, and when it rains, it floods. So neither way, there's only an issue of production, because if it's flood, you still do a lack in production, and then if it didn't rain, you can't do. So we are planning to make a joint venture with companies from Angola. We have, when I was in the university, I had some of my colleagues that we were studying together, and they have also started some business in Angola, and those are the ones that I've contacted to explore the possibility of a market there, which is a much of a population there.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have some time left for online questions, so questions from our audience, Laura?
Yes, I think it's somehow related to our to the second question a little bit. And the question is, have you ever thought of any strategic partnerships in the way of, for example, like microfinancing to eliminate the risk that the farmers are not possible to pay their installments?
Sorry, can you just repeat?
Like, if you ever had thought of any strategic partnership to eliminate the risk of the farmers not paying the installments, like, for example, working like with microfinancing companies.
The only other exploration that we've done on that section is we have our commercial banks that are offering what they call green energy loan, and we also have an agricultural bank, agri-bank in Namibia, which is I think is semi-owned by the government. It usually assists also these farmers to be able to pay such, and then we do not take up the risk, but for them, they will be having their banking collateral requirement upfront, which will be different from ours, because we are looking at assisting these skilled farmers, but the bank will look at not losing money. But yeah, we have explored that option, but usually the bank will always ask for how much are the systems. So they are more interested on cost of service, what are the products we have in our inventories, and what.
I think we have no more questions on the chat. So that'd be all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next company, also coming from Namibia, Ohengo Investments. This company is looking forward to venture into this renewable energy industry and contribute to the social and economic upliftment of the communities it impacts. So we will check technical details and come back and start when ready.
Should I start?
Just a minute. Let's wait for your presentation to be available.
Okay.
Okay, whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilongeni Unovene, and I am the founder of Ohengo Investments, trading as Ohengo Energy. Ohengo Energy has ventured into the renewable energy industry to contribute to the social and economic development of rural and off-grid areas. Can you imagine living in a life or in an area whereby you do not have the means to hit a light switch so that your children can study at night? Or to prepare food using modern stoves? Or run a simple business like a tuck shop or barber shop that requires electricity to make money and support the family? Imagine living a life in darkness. That's not what we want, a life in darkness. Namibia is an energy-dependent country. We import 70% of our electricity from the neighboring countries, and half of the country does not have access to energy. And setting up grid infrastructure is a very costly experience because of the challenging terrain as well as the high unit cost of serving sparsely populated communities. Also, we have a slow electrification rate, 4,000 households per year. I'm sure by the time I grow white hair, we're still going to be doing 4,000. So Ohengo has identified a standalone energy system for remote areas. This system is able to provide essential services such as lights, refrigeration, radio, so that the clients can have access to information, and it's already pre-assembled. This energy system is called the energy dock. The energy dock is basically a box that has a lithium phosphate battery with a lifespan of 10 years. After 10 years, it only loses 20% of its capacity, so it retains 80% of its capacity. All the components are in the box, so it makes it difficult for the products, for the components to be accessible to uneducated tampering. And it comes in a plug-and-play format, meaning that you only install your roof PV panels, you bring in your PV cables in the box, you connect the box to your distribution outlet, there you have it for rapid installations. Our current market size is 300 households that are unelectrified. Obviously, the number keeps increasing, and it's a 600 million euro market just in Namibia. We intend on expanding to other regions and neighboring countries as well. Our go-to-market strategy is to do high-level networking. As you can see, I'm not smiling there. in the newspaper article, I'm very serious on electrifying remote areas, and we have access to the trade calendar, which allows us to market and promote our products at the events. All the remote areas attend those shows. And then we also have social media presence. Our competitors are the regional energy distributors, and believe you me, they are not electrifying remote areas because of the costs to set up a transformer in those areas. So that's not happening in the near future. So we have a standalone off-grid system that can be managed remotely as well. So you can switch it off. So if the municipalities acquire it, they can switch it off if the client does not pay. And it's quite affordable for the low income. We have secured a market of 2,000 households. Mind you, Namibia is only 3 million people. Population density is about 3.9 persons per square kilometer. So 2,000 is a huge number. And we cannot meet that demand currently. And we have managed to secure a distribution agreement with Forthermo Energy, which supplies the PV off-grid heating systems for water. And we plan to expand in other regions as well. And we want to copy and paste our winning strategy, what we are already doing in one area, to all regions of the country and neighboring countries as well. To commercialize our business would mean that we'd like to have an assembly warehouse so that we can reduce the import costs as well as source local materials, because currently we are sourcing the energy docks from South Africa. And then we are financing our products through the Ministry of Energy with the Solar Revolving Fund. It's an institution mandated to promote renewable energy finance. And then just going a bit into the business model. So what we have here is, for example, a municipality that acquires our product. So now the municipality or the association or the regional council, we are focused on doing bulk sales so that they acquire the product, they identify vendors or entrepreneurs within the area so that they can supply the product as a service or on a lease-to-own agreement. And then our 3-year forecast, based on how we are performing today, we have forecasted 3 years down the road. So we're looking at a 60% increase in profit. And after 3 years, we would have doubled our interest. So we're looking at reinvesting our profits, 90% of our net profits, into the business again to scale it up. That's how we can double our profit in 3 years. And then there's my team. I'm accompanied by mechanical engineers as well as electrical engineers, as well as a quality assurance personnel, so that we can provide the best service out there. So we are therefore, on behalf of Ohengo Energy, we are looking for an investment of 3.5 million euros so that we can service our current market of 2,000 households, as well as copy and paste or replicate the solution that we have done already in one region and distribute it across the country, as well as regionally and all the other African countries. So we're looking to have our own assembly plant and to do excessive marketing campaigns as well as product training. I thank you. Let there be light.
Thank you so much for that great pitch. Do we have any questions from our audience?
Thank you very much for the good presentation. I understand the opportunities you are enjoying through extension of the grid, which is true, because Namibia is too big with less population density, meaning that transmission line is very expensive, meaning that even your business will have time to enjoy that opportunity. But I was asking your plan to exploit more about that opportunity by extending productive use of energy in your services that you are offering.
Thank you very much. Let me just answer you there. Currently we have, and it's also in my backup slide, we have user testimonials where a lady in the remote areas is selling fish from her refrigerator, and whoever buys from her gets the opportunity to charge so that they can charge their cell phones using our system. So she's selling fish, something that she's never done before. That system improved her life 120%. So they are able to do economic activities like business, a tuck shop, you know.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, thank you for your pitch. I'm Aditya again. I had a question regarding the competitors that you mentioned, that they are not investing in geographical areas where you are successful. So can you like highlight some points, let's say what makes you successful in those areas, and how are you overcoming those challenges which your competitors are not able to overcome?
Can you please repeat the question? I just heard the second part.
The second part? Okay. So it's about the competition. Like you had mentioned that you are performing way ahead from your competitors in terms of some geographical areas. So what makes you different from your competitors, and what makes you successful in overcoming the challenges that they are not able to, overcome? Yeah.
First and foremost, our product is a standalone off-grid system. So we are able to reach remote areas where the grid will not be established, and also the fact that we have a lithium phosphate battery that lasts 10 years, and after 10 years it retains 80% of its value. So we are providing a premium product. We are providing a premium product in the remote areas so that it can last even up to 15 years. So the return on investment there for the client is evident. And we have backup support and warranty of 3 years on the product. Basically 10 years, because the battery has that lifespan of 10 years. So we are banking on providing premium products into a remote area. And I believe in, why should we provide substandard products in remote areas when all those people have saved up their money just to redo it again. So we believe in providing a very premium product. However, it's also affordable, and we have the backing of the Ministry of Mines and Energy through the Solar Revolving Fund to support us and distribute our product.
Okay, thank you so much. Some questions from the online audience.
Yes, thank you. One question is like, what is the biggest challenge in terms of customer acquisition and conversion? And the second question would be, like currently, how many users do you have, and how long have you been in the business?
Thank you very much. So the business has been established in 2019, I think just after COVID. However, the renewable energy, we ventured into it about last year. And currently, we have about 30 clients using our product. And the biggest challenge was basically the mindset, because the energy dock box is a very small box, and the battery is about the size of a pad. So, and our customers are used to having these lead acid batteries that are stacked, so they believe bigger is better. So it's a challenge, obviously, convincing them. However, our strategy is to do off-take sales. That's why we have partnered up with For Thermal Energy, because they saw the strategy on how we supply our products. We do bulk sales, especially in associations or municipalities. So we do a bulk sale, but we do have ad hoc customers that, buy a product here and there. However, we focused on the bigger projects so that we can distribute the systems very faster.
Okay, cool, thank you. Are there more questions here in the, they're just coming in, the questions. Wait, no, I think we've already had that one.
So if there are no more questions from our audience here, then I want to thank you for that amazing pitch.
Thank you very much.
And welcome our next company.
Thank you very much.
So now we can welcome to our stage the last company from this round, coming from Nigeria, Haven Hill Synergy, which is on a mission to create world-class, efficient, renewable energy solutions. So welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, Natalie. All right, good morning once again, everybody. My name is Oluwatobi Shoyombo. I lead growth and business operations for Haven Hill Synergy Limited. Haven Hill is an energy access company based in Nigeria. In rural communities, we deploy smart solar mini grids to off-grid rural communities. These are communities that are not connected to the grid at all. Well, as an energy access company, our primary source of income is from electricity sale. But then, everyone who plays in that industry, in that sub-industry, will tell you that there's a big affordability gap, which means that about 90% of the customers that we serve in these communities currently live below the poverty line. So we as a company started asking ourselves the question, how can we address this? Because we want to continue to play in that market and we want to survive. So we realized that about 95% of the customers that we serve are also farmers. At the same time in Nigeria, about 90% of the agricultural produce in Nigeria currently come from smallholder farmers. But then, more than 80% of them still live below the poverty line. So as a company, for us to survive really, we have to solve that affordability problem. We have to find a way to increase the income profile of the customers that we serve so that indirectly they can then be able to afford the services that we provide for them. So that led us to create an initiative called Farm Fuels. So with Farm Fuels, we went to the farmers and asked them a very simple question. You have hundreds of thousands of hectares of land across all the communities that we currently power. Why are you not cultivating more? If you have all this land, why are you not cultivating more? And then their answer to us was very simple. It's primarily because they cannot afford the inputs, they can't afford the seedlings, they can't afford the fertilizers, they can't even afford the tractors to clear the land, let alone talk about things like irrigation and the likes. So we then turned the question around and said, what if we provide you all of the things that you need? We bring the inputs to you, the seeds, the fertilizers, and the irrigation. Would you cultivate more? The answer to that was a resounding yes. They were very happy. Never mind, this thing is not working. So they were very, very happy. They jumped at it. So we said, okay, let's start with the pilot. So we decided to launch the Farm Fuels initiative. So Farm Fuels essentially is an initiative that is designed to provide the farmers with everything, all the inputs that they need to cultivate more. So we do this by, we value the cost of all the inputs that we give them. So we bring the farmers into a consortium, and then we determine at the beginning how many seeds they need, how much does it cost, what is the cost of mechanization, what is the cost of fertilizers, and then we bundle everything into a single credit product. And with this single credit product, the customers, the farmers do not have to pay anything upfront. We bring those products and services to them within their communities, and they pay nothing upfront. And we also align our incentives with theirs as well. So which means that we wait at the end of the farming cycle for us to make money. So, but we don't just leave them to go sell their harvest. Instead, we also bring the market to them, bring an off-taker to them that will buy from them at fair market prices, because we don't want a situation. What has been happening is that sometimes, even after spending all of those efforts in cultivating, at the end of the day, somebody still offers them predatory prices, and that's exactly why they still live below the poverty line. So now we are solving this. I see. Okay. So this is an example, just to give a brief example. So this is what it costs to cultivate 1 hectare. So we go to the farmer and say and show them, this is what we are providing for you in terms of the seeds. This is what it costs. As you can see, it costs $83 for tractors, $26 for the seeds itself, and the likes. And then we put that into a single product just to simplify it. And also don't forget that irrigation is also here as well. So we lay all the irrigation pipe and powered by our solar system, bundled into one single product. In Nigeria, there are over 35 million smallholder farmers at the moment, and according to the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, there's a big financing gap in that value chain that is worth over $200 billion as of today. With our go-to-market strategy is to, first of all, address the problem that we have in our community, right? Charity begins at home. We already power 30 communities at the moment. Within those 30 communities, we have about 20,000 smallholder farmers that we are immediately able to support. We make money, as I said earlier on, we make money by aligning our incentives with those of the farmers as well. So we wait to the end of the farming cycle, help them sell it, and then charge a percentage of the total harvest. Sorry, this thing is not working fine. So our competitive advantage here is that we are one of the very few companies in the space that has this holistic approach to solving that problem. So like I said, we bundle everything into a single credit product. We also, don't forget that I mentioned irrigation earlier on. We have several companies in the industry that focus on different aspects of the value chain. Some focus on seedlings, some only do irrigation. We bring everything that a farmer needs to survive and to also cultivate more and to make more money into one product, and then the farmers can leverage on that. So far, we've supported 185 farmers. We've doubled the income of the farmers that we've partnered with. We've been able to cultivate about 259 hectares of land so far. What next? We want to do more. We want to grow this to about 10,000 hectares of land, out of which about 5,000 hectares will be irrigated. And by the way, only 2% of the agricultural land in Nigeria is irrigated. And again, that's why you can see that the income profile of those smallholder farmers is very, very low. And over the next 18 months, we want to be able to provide up to $2 million worth of support to our farmers. This is the team. Like I said, I lead business and growth and business operations for the company, but I'm also supported by some of my other amazing colleagues here across the different expertise that is required. At the moment, we need about $2 million, and 100% of this money is going down to the village. So this $2 million is going to be used to provide more credits to the farmers so that ultimately we can improve their income. We are also open to partnerships. We are looking for we want to provide more technical assistance to all of these farmers, and we would definitely benefit from companies or organizations that are specifically focusing on different technical areas that we can pass on to some of the communities that we currently operate in. So we are hoping that you will join us in helping us increase the income profile of smallholder farmers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that amazing presentation. Even with the technical difficulties, it was outstanding. So I want to open the floor for questions from our audience. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, Michael again, asking questions.
Good to see you again.
And thank you for the presentation. And sometimes the tech doesn't work, and then you just need to keep on doing the presentation. So yes, absolutely. That was good. You mentioned that you've reached so far 185 customers.
Yes.
Yeah. How long did that take, and what is the forecast for 2024 and 2025? And basically, and also adding to that, what's the go-to-market strategy?
Thank you very much, Michael. So 185 customers just in about 1 year of 2 farming cycles. So over the next 18 months, as I said, it's a big target that we're giving ourselves to get to 10,000 hectares. So we think that over the next 24 months, we want to be able to do at least half of that, and then the remaining half within the remaining 6 months that we would have. So in 18 months, we want to get to 10,000 hectares, and hopefully we can also irrigate about 5,000 hectares out of that. In terms of the go-to-market strategy, like I said, Haven Hill is an energy access company. We already have 30 mini grids currently running as I speak in 30 different communities. Haven Hill will grow to about 100 mini grids over the next 18 months as well, so which means that we would have 100 communities, but we don't have to wait to get to 100 communities. We are starting with the existing 30 communities that we have right now. We've already surveyed the farmers. The farmers are waiting for us. We as a company, of course, can only provide so much support based on the funding that we also have as well. So our go-to-market strategy right now is, I would say, everything is shovel ready, so we're just waiting for that big funding gap to be able to then we have to buy seeds, we have to buy fertilizers, we have to maybe hire some tractors, but we have 20,000 farmers today across 30 communities that are just waiting for us, and that's going to be the market we start with then. But over the next 5 years, we want to be able to, so we would scale to other communities, even beyond the host communities of our mini grids. I hope I was able to answer your question, Michael. Thank you.
Okay, yes, another question from our audience.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. Claudia here, and my question is just with regards to your credit modeling. You mentioned that you take a percentage at the end from the farmers. How has that worked? Have you faced any challenges in terms of people maybe not paying? And if you have, how have you overcome that challenge?
Yes, thank you. I mean, with these farmers, they're quite unpredictable. So what we do is that, like I said, we don't just leave them to go sell and then return the money to us. So instead, we go to the off-takers. We already know the big off-takers in Nigeria. We know how much they buy already. In fact, we negotiate on behalf of the farmers. And more often than not, the rates that we are able to get from these off-takers are often higher than what the market, naturally without us, the farmers would have just gone to their local market and sell. Or sometimes a middleman comes from the city, buys at wholesale price from the farmers, and then, so which means they are getting less. He adds like a premium to it and then makes all the money in that system. So instead, we cut out those middlemen, ask the farmers not to bother about selling to the local farmers. When it's harvest time, we go to the communities, harvest together while we've negotiated the right price with an off-taker in the city, and then we also then hire the lorries and the trucks, bring them to the communities, take all the harvest back to the city, and then so of course the money comes to us first. So when the money comes to us, so we only transfer the portion that needs to go back to the farmers to them. So, but of course, I skipped a lot of processes there because we would have agreed with each of the farmers that this is the portion that you have and this is the amount that you are expecting. So each of them know what they are expecting. So once we take our own off the table, whatever is left goes to the farmer. And like I said, so far we have been able to double their income. Like they make almost double by just coming on board with us. And not just that, the real innovation here is the fact that we are adding irrigation now, right? Of course, supported by SESA initially, and hopefully we'll scale that and replicate that later on. So irrigation here helps the farmers make money at least over three seasons, minimum. But whereas without coming on board with us, they are only able to cultivate once in a year. But with us, they can cultivate 3 times in a year. We estimate that once we layer the irrigation part on it, I think their income would minimum triple. And for me, that makes me excited because I can begin to see all these smallholder farmers be lifted out of the poverty line, which is our real goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
We do have one more questions from our colleagues, so I'll passing the mic to Laura.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the online question is, what is your track record in collaborating with public institutions? Can you share some experiences and how?
Yes, we have a long history of collaborating with public institutions, especially on in addressing the big energy poverty issue that we have in Nigeria. We are currently we work in collaboration with the Rural Electrification Agency in Nigeria. That's the agency that is set up to address energy poverty in rural communities in Nigeria. So we work closely with them. We also work with institutions, of course, through the REA as well. We work with institutions like the World Bank that provides funding for the Nigerian government to provide some form of capex subsidies for us as a company to incentivize us to be able to go into those rural communities and solve that energy gap. The 30-mini grids that I said we currently power at the moment are also partly subsidized by the government, but of course funded by the World Bank. In addition to that, internationally, we also collaborate strongly with public institutions. So, for example, we've been supported by USTDA, which is an agency of the United States government. We've been supported by initiatives like Get Invest, for example, who supported us when we were fundraising for our first portfolio of mini grids. So, yes, what we do today would not be possible without that strong collaboration between our company and public institutions, whether that comes in the form of subsidies, but not necessarily subsidies alone. We also receive a huge support in terms of technical assistance. The first mini grid we built, for example, was part of an African Development Bank initiative where they actually created a technical facility that supported us in the technical design, inclusive even of the paying for expertise that we did not have within the company to support us. But now we are trying to kind of wean ourselves off, things like subsidies and those, public institution support now to be able to commercialize this, because we believe that it's that commercialization that really will accelerate the pace of reducing energy poverty in Africa. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that answer. And connecting a little bit with your answer, we will have a session in the afternoon where we will be talking about public-private partnerships, procurement in the public sector, how to get investments. So thank you for opening that opportunity and sharing with us your experience. Now we will be going for a coffee break. 15 minutes, we will be until 11:45. And after we come back, we will have our second group of startups pitching. So stay with us. For those of you who are online and for those of you who are here, please enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.
Let's pitch. We are quite generous already with those 7 minutes that you have, I believe. And once again, a quick reminder to our attendees, you can express your interest in any of the SESA startups that you're interested in by filling in our expression of interest form. And for the first group, we already have some submissions there because we're following live. And I do hope that we will collect more. Finally, just a reminder for you, we're live streaming the session on the SESA YouTube channel, and the recording will be available on the SESA website afterwards. So with the aim to expand the number of the investors, business angels, and other potential clients and partners who will be able to watch the recording afterwards. What's next? Some formalities. Registration. Please, everyone who did not register and is attending on site, do it with our colleague Erin. And then I think that's all in regard to organizational things and intro words. And now our first startup is ready to pitch. This is Power Stove Solution, all the way from Nigeria. Power Stove's exclusive technology provides cutting-edge cooking solutions to households, ensuring affordability. Paired with their IoT features, it enhances the user's experience, elevates service quality, and facilitates precise impact measurement. I would like to invite Ase, the CEO of Power Stove. You can start now.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Ase. I'm the founder and CEO of Power Stove Energy, a company that have used artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to provide smoke-free cook stoves that also support carbon credit monetization. But the success of this company is nested into my childhood experience. As someone that grew up in the village, 20 years of my adult life, I watched my mom as a local food vendor cook with firewood. 3 months she was diagnosed of a heart condition. She passed. And I heard the first word of indoor air pollution. At that time, I couldn't wrap my head around what was indoor air pollution. 10 out of 10 households in my family cooks with firewood. So it's not, there's no other option for them. Fast forward to today, with the advances of technology and innovation, 4 out of 5 African households still cook with firewood. This takes the lives of 500,000 women and children in our community every year. And each of these open fire cook stoves consumes 11 mature trees that are supposed to sequester carbon. While in the university studying physics, I came across, by happenstance, that for stove to be efficient is more of physics, not chemistry. So based on that, I founded Power Stove, a company that have built an entire ecosystem that ensures that the health insurance that we didn't have to save my mom, we offer it to our waste suppliers. The waste suppliers supply the waste that we use to produce the pellet, and the pellet is used to fire the smart cook stoves, generate electricity, and also generate the carbon that we sell. Now, we built a platform that converts all the carbon credit from all the stoves and monetize it into the voluntary carbon market. Speaking about market, there are 3 types of markets for me to harness. One is about 40 billion annual recurring revenue or expenses Africans spent on cooking fuel. And another 700 billion is spent on different assorted of cook stoves in Africa. And within the carbon market, McKinsey predicted that by 2030, the voluntary carbon market will grow by more than 25% to $50 billion. And the cook stove market will predict to reach 16 billion annual recurring revenue. Speaking of a lot of figures, will tell you that there are a lot of competitors who also see these opportunities in the market. Because Power Stove competes with solar home systems, efficient fuel, and efficient cook stoves, we also have 4 strategies to be able to ensure that we lock our customers. One, we have the first mover market advantage. We are the only company in Nigeria that produce cook stove that generates electricity using biopellet as fuel. We are the only company that pays our users. So the more you use our cook stove, the more you earn a revenue. Thirdly, our stove generates electricity, and also our pellet is the cheapest within the industry. When you look at our revenue model, we have 3 strategies how we make money. One-time sales of our cook stove and hardwares, recurring revenue from our wood pellet, and also a revenue share split from our carbon market. And the graph will tell you that going forward by this year to 2026, carbon market is going to contribute more into our revenue margin. There's a reason for that. Because last year we made 3x of our local currency revenue, but when we converted it to USD with the deflation and also currency exchange issues, we lost almost 30% of our revenue in USD. However, we're optimistic to our investors and shareholders that this year we are going to earn $26.5 million in revenue. The question will be, how will you achieve that? It's more than 20x growth. What we've done recently in the last 10 months is to sign 3 contracts with the world's largest carbon credit developer in India called EK Energy Services. These 3 contracts will allow Power Stove to distribute 1.5 million cook stoves in Nigeria and also have a combined revenue of $158 million within 3 years. But how can we do this when our production capacity is 25,000 in a month? We are switching our business model into commercialization of producing the semi-knockdown parts of our cook stove and also be able to have third-party SMEs, train them with standard operating procedures to assemble our cook stove, sell locally, send us the data, we sell it on the carbon market under revenue share model. I lead a very lean team. I have more than 20 years of building entrepreneurs, and also I have other team members who are also experienced in finance, IT, and also communication. Power Stove has board of advisors and board of directors who ensures that there is corporate governance in terms of finance, legal, and operations. Our impact so far has been amazing. We've crossed more than 500,000 households month on month using our household. Created 303 employment, direct employment, 80% of them women, and saved more than 1.4 million trees from being chopped down for firewood or charcoal. Currently, we are raising $5 million. $2 million will be from equity investors, but we've closed the equity round last week, So currently we are looking for debt financing for $3 million. This will help us to finance the working capital to increase the 1.5 million cook stoves and achieve it by that time. Power Stove remains cook stove most decorated company. We've won more than 40 awards globally. We've raised more than $1 million. We have 6 patents currently. We've filed 5. And we've worked and keep working with the world's best international organizations, USAID, FCDO, AFD, GIZ, a lot of them. Partnership has been our strong word. Finally, I want to leave you with a Ghanaian quote that reminds all of us that the tree, once the last one dies, every household dies. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This was the pitch of Power Stove, and now the floor is open for your questions from the audience. First, are there any questions for Power Stove? Sure. Michael.
Thank you so much for a good presentation, a great presentation. So your ask right now is $5 million, but did I catch that you'd actually already raised $2 million in equity? Or are you
yes,
asking for?
I've raised it.
Okay. So let me ask another question. So where do you see the company in 5 years?
Okay, in 5 years, we see Power Stove to become #1 company in terms of nature-based project monetization. We are gravitating towards turning from a hardcore manufacturing company to a tech company that focuses on providing top-notch services to other clean cook stove in Global South who struggles to be able to set up carbon project and monetize their project. So we are moving towards creating a platform that can allow them in less than 3 months set up their project and get paid for the good work they're doing for the environment. So we see ourselves being the #1 company to do that globally in the next 5 years.
Thank you so much. I can see that there is another question. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm Geoffrey Gasore. I lecture at the University of Rwanda. Yeah, I have seen your projections, and they're very ambitious and very good, but they are based on the carbon credit buyers. I would like to know if the market is obvious or there is uncertainty that you may lose the buyers, or it's assured the market.
Okay, the projections are actually very ambitious, but it's also on our own part we have a higher probability of exceeding it, not achieving it. The reason is simple. We've been able to internally develop what they call digital MRVs within the carbon market. Digital MRVs is what the World Bank predicted that will control the voluntary carbon market. And because we've developed this, we sold it to the carbon credit brokers, companies who broker between the project developer and also the offsetting companies. And we made them to understand that for you to earn a better pricing on your carbon credit, you need to evidence the process and the methodologies by which the project generated the carbon credit. And that has been more attractive to companies. EKI Energy is a company that is between top 1 or top 2 globally, that does more than 700 carbon projects annually. So they have a high number of companies asking them, knocking on their doors, I want to buy carbon credit to be able to meet my sustainability goal, either from EU or from North America. So we have a pipeline and a channel that are already knocking on our doors to ensure that we generate more credit. The challenge that we see on this part is our inability to be able to fulfill the production and the distribution of the cook stoves. And because we know our limitations, we flipped our commercialization channel to become more of assembling lines. Assembling lines allows us to do 40 assembling companies in 1 year. The 40 assembling companies will assemble 1.2 million cook stoves. And that will help us to, instead of 3 years, to achieve 1.5 million cook stoves in 1.5 years. So we see that as an achievable target.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? If not, we have a question in our chat. from Elizabeth Omami, asking, what's your competitive edge over Burn Company?
All right, thank you so much. The truth is, when you speak of cook stove in Africa, Bond comes number one. We are not disputing the fact. But what we are doing differently from Bond and Cocoa and all the likes and Envirofit, who have been there before us, is that we do the cook stove and also we do the fuel. There's a reason most of those tier 1 cook stove manufacturing companies shy away from doing the fuel. The fuel has a lot of headache that comes with it. But it's also the fuel that gives you the recurring revenue, making sure that your company is not subsidy dependent and also your company is not grant dependent. If you deploy a cook stove, within the next 6 months, you recover more money from the user than you would have when you sold only a cook stove. Our also difference in the market is that Power Stove remains the only cook stove globally that have been able to successfully develop the carbon standard. We launched it in COP28. That will give us more access to USD-dependent revenues. Bond makes their money in Africa and is in African local currencies. They also sell in the global cook stove market. However, our advantage is that we are going to leverage on other cook stoves in Africa who are also struggling like we struggled 2 years ago to have our first carbon project. So we have that advantage. We understand the market, and we know that the future growth of cook stove market is on carbon project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One last question, because we have some more time.
Exactly. So the question would be, as you facing the high inflation in Nigeria right now, do you see people going back to firewood cook stove? And when yes, how do you overcome this challenge so they stay with your cook stoves instead of going back to the traditional cooking modes?
Yeah, is a challenge within the cook stove industry. It's called coping strategy. Coping strategy is users, must find a way to keep cooking when the primary cooking source is unavailable or is expensive. So knowing this in mind, what we've done differently is that we incentivize monetarily to the users. And we tell the users, in as much as you keep cooking with our cook stove, which we can track using our IoT technologies, you earn more financial returns. And when we've tested the pilot, we discovered that the base of the pyramid are more interested in financial reward unlike health reward. So when you sell health reward like free indoor air pollution and also zero blacking of the pot, it might not be able to incentivize them to make the behavioral switch. So based on our pilot, we've been able to identify that when they're financially rewarded, they ensure that they keep using the cook stove that keeps our trees standing and also make our environment cleaner. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our time is over as well, so just in time. Perfect. Let me look in my list here, and let's turn to the next presentation. And this is EcoGreen Solutions from Rwanda. EcoGreen Solutions develops innovative and environmentally friendly cooking solutions. They're committed to empowering communities. Their mission is to revolutionize the global cooking practices, targeting diverse markets and offering flexible payment options. So Hamut will be the one presenting, and I will be loading his pitch shortly. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Saif Hamoud. I'm the Director of Business Development from EcoGreen Solutions Limited, a company that was created by two young women who were born from village and seeing young children exposed to rapes and missing education schools. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that 79% of Rwandese cook inefficiently? And 85% of them rely on biomass energy. And from that, the consequences are deforestation, whereby 380 of forests are cut every week. And if you look at the 79% traditional cooking mode, they are emitting 5.4 ton of CO2 every year. Health-wise, 3,800 prematures are really occurring. While we also face health disease in terms of the respiratories and others. Now, to come with this solution and or address them, EcoGreen Solutions has now developed production of Tier 3 stoves, or improved cook stoves, Tier 3 and Tier 4, which are really user-friendly and environmental friendly. And if you look at the Tier 4 stove, it reduces at least 3 tons of CO2 per year, while our Tier 3 stoves reduces 2 tons per year of CO2. And EcoGreen also is doing the production of biomass pellet and agriculture pellets, mainly rice husk and sawdust. These ones, our target is just to enhance the circular economy using the local production, and as well as selling them at the affordable prices. Now, we have a competition. Our competition always are traditional cooking mode, which are representing 79%. And if you look at them, they are Tier 0, Tier 1, and yet ours are Tier 3 and Tier 4. We have a big market here. Now today, as a Rwandan, we are 14 million, whereby 79% cook inefficiently, as I present to you. And our government's plan is to reach at least 100% clean cooking by 2030. And again, carbon credit. Talking about carbon credits plan in Rwanda, they need to reduce at least 38% and sell them, trade them to the market. And our strategy, we need to produce at least 540,000 improved cook stoves and reduce at least 4 metric tons per year of CO2. And our market share, of course, will jump from 5% to 18% in the next 5 years. These are the milestones. We have increased our production capacity for stoves, and also we have a capacity of producing 2 tons per metric ton of biomass pellet and the agriculture pellet. And we also managed to reduce the cost of our product, as well as the introduction of the new discussion with the carbon traders, mainly Tinders, who are going to be now our partner to working on the carbon credit market. Our products are already at the market. We can sell them, and we have already 41 outlets outside. We now creating a new partnership with a new agent just to make our product be penetrated and available and affordable to everyone. As our business people, we do B2C, and we also apply the market approach basis. This is our team. Our team is really, the management is head by our CEO, Anita, who is also the founder, while the board is chaired by Mr. Tilly. Financially, currently this year we are projecting to reach 1.7 million, yet in the next 5 years we will reach 26 million. Everyone can ask why this jump. Remember that we never did any carbon credit business. Now by studying it, we will generate 26 million in the next 5 years. And of course, if you look at the revenue streams, we sell stoves, pellets, but again, the carbon credit will represent 46% of our revenue. Financially, we're looking for 3,050,000 euros, whereby 1 million will be used to acquire the raw materials, 2 million will be used to acquire the IoT, Internet of Things. These IoTs are connected to our stoves directly, and to help the traders monitor our CO2 reduction. We are open for debt and equity. Dear all, Green is Life, kindly join us to support our vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, just on time. And now the floor is open for your questions from the audience, but also the questions from the chat. Are there any questions? Or everything is very clear?
Okay.
Thank you, Saif, for a great presentation. You have a really interesting company, and that we also had the opportunity to see yesterday.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that you will go from a 5% market share to 18% market share.
Right.
What segments will you target then to actually reach a higher percentage, and what's your go-to-market strategy?
Thank you very much for the question. 79% of our people use cooking efficiently, and more than 70% are in village. However, we have different segments. We have urban, suburban, rural, whereby we are targeting more, and also as well as the humanitarian settings, of which we are currently selling to them our product and services. The strategies are only to provide affordable, efficient, and durable, environmentally friendly cook stoves. And of course, we use our marketing strategy whereby we do community outreaches and train our users, because this is a new solutions of cooking that we're putting in place. In addition to that, we are flexible to provide our product whereby clients are allowed to pay into installments, but they don't have to exceed 4. Of course, we also look at the default rate, and we have put in place a recovery team that is following on those kind of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question here. Laura, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so the question, I think it relates to similarity to before, as it is very hard to change the behavior of the customers. It would be interesting to see what's your strategy so that the people are using your cook stove compared to the traditional cooking stove mode.
If there is something very difficult in this new cooking solution, is the behavior change. The transition from the usage of traditional cooking modes to improved ones. What we do, we show them the benefits, how they are going to save money. Remember, our stove can save 65% up to 75% of energy. Our fuel are really very affordable. They are affordable because if you look at the price of LPG or the price of or the cost of buying firewood and compared to the pellet, our pellets are very cheap. And once again, we train them. We make sure that the products are available everywhere they are. And this is our plan, our strategic plan in the next 5 years, and moving from 41% outlet to 300. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? Let me check once again the chat. No more? Come on, don't be shy.
Yeah,
why are you shy? Okay.
Everything was
all
clear.
is clear. All
Yeah,
is
it was
clear.
clear. It was
Thank you
clear, really.
so much for your presentation. It was
Appreciate it.
great, just on time.
Thank you. Support our vision.
Oops. And now, the third pitch. The third pitch will come from the CEO of SLS Energy, another startup from Rwanda. SLS Energy provides affordable and sustainable energy storage solutions using batteries retired from electric vehicles or from electronic waste in circular economy model. So let's listen to the SLS Energy pitch, please. The floor is yours. I will just load the presentation. And go.
Good morning, everyone. Waiting for the presentation to go live, and yeah, we get started. Hi again, happy to be here. So we all rely on batteries in different appliances we use in our daily lives. They are our smartphones, they are laptops, and now at a bigger scale, they are this upcoming renewable energy and electric mobility adoption on the market. So all of this is great, but one problem is these batteries have a limited lifetime. They can last for 5 to 10 years depending on usage and application. Lilo was highlighting how they expect their batteries to last for 10 years and have 80% of their capacity at retirement. So we can all understand that we cannot be importing all these batteries, use 20 to 30% of their capacity and export them again for recycling if you are being responsible consumers. On the other side, we have more than 200 hours of outages in our cities, and it can be worse in different regions or different countries. So at SLS, we are looking at how we can combine these two problems and provide a solution to these power supply reliability concerns and high cost of energy storage by providing low cost and reliable energy storage systems using these batteries retired from electric vehicles or salvaged from electronic waste. So we focus on tapping into these remaining value of batteries at retirement and building the tools and technology to be able to reuse these batteries safely by having visibility down to a cell level of the battery performance, and also ensuring that you have a high performance BMS, battery management system, to ensure safety, performance, and lifetime. We see this product evolving into a bigger scale software as a service product, because these tools we are using for optimizing battery operations for lifetime. We can also extend them to safety and performance optimization. That's very critical in e-mobility applications. So we can extend our use cases from both stationary application to mobility applications in terms of software. Our goal here is to create a fully circular ecosystem of batteries, making sure that every battery can be reused until their end of life, optimizing lifetime and deliverable performance. There are potential markets, multiple potential market segments for our solutions, both for telecom towers, commercial buildings, industries, and also in a B2B to C model with providing batteries to residencies and mini grids. We started off focusing on the telecom tower market due to multiple reasons. This is a market that's shielded from grid extension, and also this is a market that understands power backup because of high power supply reliability requirements for telecom tower operators. The battery pack size that we are providing for these telecom tower applications was sizable enough for us to deploy as a first pilot. And also we can see low cost of customer acquisition by targeting key operators that have multiple towers across the region, across beyond the region in other countries as well. So this is a market valued to close to 4 billion USD, and the telecom tower market in Rwanda is valued to more than 10 million USD. We're also innovating towards the business model, where we provide these batteries on the service model by retaining ownership of the batteries and charging for either available capacity or energy used from the batteries to the end user. This can help us avoid some of the same reasons that made this battery being prematurely retired, because now we can understand their performance, we can understand their reasons for retirement, like a component failure or cell degradation, and then you have the ability to service them and do swapping of the cells or replace components to keep them optimally operational. So we expect to, we are spending $3,400 to build a 15 kilowatt hour system, and we are charging about $300 per month for deploying this system on the battery as a service model. So on a material level, that's about 11 months of break-even for every 15 kilowatt hour system deployed. So we're excited how everyone benefits across the supply chain. For the e-waste company that was supposed to incur costs for exporting these batteries for retirement, they now get a new revenue stream unlocked by providing us batteries for the second life applications. And then for the telecom tower operator that was spending more than $6,000 every year to acquire and operate a diesel generator, they can save 43% of those costs due to the avoided capital cost and reduced operating costs. So they're not buying fuels anymore. They're not doing regular maintenance by oil changing and filter cleaning, and they don't have to invest in a fleet of trucks going to these remote towers for doing this regular maintenance and doing fuel refilling as well. So we're competing with diesel generators, as been referring to, where now we are able to offer flexibility in cash flow by avoiding the capital cost and reducing operating cost. And comparing to other lead-acid battery supplier, we have extended life cycle and better performance with lithium-based battery systems. In addition, we are supporting our customers to meet their environmental responsibility compliance at the same time. So we've deployed more than 100 kilowatt hours of batteries on the market already. And we've run 2 pilot projects with telecom tower operator in Rwanda called TRES. We're also running a pilot in Nigeria where we're working with e-waste management company to be able to, we are extending the tools and tech for them to now be able to repurpose batteries collected on the Nigerian market. And we see this as a potential extension strategy where we can license our tools to have access to batteries from different markets and avoiding complications from cross-border transportation of like batteries when they're branded by e-waste, or now exporting second life batteries in a cost-efficient manner. So we also have awards where we are working with, we received recognition for hunger, climate change, IFT, and Less for Africa. We are a team of engineers and business people with a collective of close to 40 years of experience in the energy and manufacturing industries, and we share a passion for sustainability and clean energy at the same time. We're looking to grow a fleet of battery to more than 6 megawatt hours of batteries deployed by 2027. And our key strategy is to run pilot projects with key operators in the region and publish learnings from these experiences to build brand credibility and build the brand awareness as well. We also optimize customer acquisition by targeting those key operators. So we already post revenue. We are making more than $30,000 every year, and we expect to grow this to more than $2 million by 2027. We'll be profitable on a gross level in 2026 and EBITDA positive in 2027. We are looking to raise $900 USD to spend on equipment, labor, and operations, with the goal of increasing our production capacity to more than 100 kilowatt hour every month and strengthen our IP strategy for expansion. Thank you so much. We look forward to have you join us. Thank you.
That was a good pitch and just on time. Now, audience, don't be shy. Ask your questions. Leandre will answer to all of them.
All your battery questions. How fast should you charge it?
Just a sec.
Thank you for the nice speech.
Thank you.
I see from your pitch that you said that 43% cost saving in operations. So my first question is, what is your unique value proposition so that the telecom tower organization will buy your service? Second, do you have any IP or any protection mechanism? Because if I see this 43% cost saving as a manager for that organization, okay, why not I will do it by myself. In the long term, that could be profitable for them. So what is your IP protection or some risk controlling mechanism so that your business will not take over by the company itself?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our unique selling value, you also just mentioned it, like these cost reductions, and also it's not just about like the monthly cost, but also the flexibility in how these people are managing their finances. So if they are avoiding capital cost to every telecom tower build or every battery replacement, that means they can invest more in extending their fleet of telecom towers or their fleet of, let's say, mini grid or other operations, other businesses they're running. In terms of technology, we see that our value addition is more like in these tools to make sure that these batteries can be safely reused. And as I mentioned, like IP is like a key strategic like plan for us, because we see not just in protecting our market share in Rwanda alone, but also in extending to other markets, because we want to be able to extend this technology to other players so that we can be able to tap into retired battery resources in other regions as well. And one other thing we do to make sure that we can shield ourselves is having strong partnership with where these batteries are coming from. That means like e-mobility companies, e-waste management companies. So we are having close partnership with these companies, currently with 2 e-mobility companies in Rwanda, RIM and Kabisa, and then going partnership with Ampersand. So by having these people on board, possibly having different payment methods to make sure that we can ensure this access to these batteries and make sure that we are all benefiting from this partnership is what we are putting focus on as well.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions?
Hi, thank you for a great pitch. You mentioned that you will reach a revenue of 2 mil in 2027. That's right, $2.6 million in 2027. Can you reach this through the telecom towers alone by going internationally, or do you need to go into other markets?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's something
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm also excited to respond to the question because it's something we've been discussing like internally a lot. Where do we focus our expansion strategy? Like, do we first try to maximize the telecom market in the region, or do you extend to other use cases available, like either in Rwanda and neighboring countries? Because you're getting interest from different applications. There's like mini grid is the biggest one, and we might be seeing a market shrinking in Rwanda, but there's also a big market opportunity in countries like Tanzania, Congo, like Uganda. So it's for us to understand, like, does it make sense to try to deploy 100 kilowatt hours to telecom tower in Nigeria before deploying that same capacity to a mini grid in Tanzania or in Kenya? So you're trying to understand both like the supply chain and the logistics and the operational cost of running these projects, and we make sure that we are open to deploy where it makes sense. That's why in our market expansion strategy, we also mentioned megawatt hours deployed instead of like number of towers reached, because we see that we're trying to make sure that our unit costs or our logistical costs are maintained by deploying where it makes more sense and where the supplies of these batteries are coming from as well. Because if you're getting more supply of these batteries in East Africa and maybe a bit of less in Northern or Southern Africa, that means like we prioritize running projects around where these second life batteries can be sourced more efficiently. Thank you for the question.
So much. Are there any other questions from the audience? No? Maybe one online question?
So you're also saying that in the future you want to go more into the direction of software as a service, which you also want to sell to electromobility provider. So I was just wondering, as those companies also have their own BMS systems, how would your system differentiate itself from what they are actually doing right now? So what would be your competitive advantage in comparison to the ones they are already using?
Yeah, great question again. So we're not trying to provide them the BMS. It's actually good that they have BMS and data monitoring, data collection tools, so that we can only interface like their data collected to our monitoring platforms. And our competitive advantage here is that we understand the battery operations and battery performance across the whole life cycle. So from 100% to 80% when they retire them, and also beyond that. So we believe we can build more like efficient optimization tools by having more visibility of the battery lifetime. And this also give us an advantage on how our tools will give them more value, more accuracy in building these tools. And also notice that by having an efficient optimization tool that provided to multiple players, we make more economical sense than each of the players trying to build it individually. So in our case, it's now trying to make sure that we have access to those performance data, and also making sure that we can prove the affordability and accuracy of our tools superior to what they can build in-house.
Thank you so much, and we're out of time.
Thank you so much.
Good, good, good. Right now, I would like to turn to the fourth pitch for today's second batch of companies, and it will be Janice from Simu Solar, all the way to here from Tanzania. So welcome, Janice. Simu Solar designs, sells, installs, and maintains solar water pumps and irrigation equipment, enhancing the productivity in rural areas, but Janice will tell us more. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, here and online. My name is Janice Kaisi. I'm the Senior Operations Manager for Simu Solar Tanzania, and I'm happy to be here today to present to you about our company. Now, 65% of East Africans depend entirely on farming for their livelihood, but only 5% are able to access irrigation systems, and the rest depend on rain. I'm personally coming from a region that grows water-intensive crop, and I've seen farmers suffer from no produce and no income during the dry seasons. I'm happy to be part of the company that offers a solution for farmers to access solar water pumps for their irrigations. Now, at Simu Solar, we do this by first looking at the challenges that farmers are facing. One being, the design of the irrigation system is quite complex and very expensive. It's out of reach of farmers. And we see farmers buying solar water pumps which are either too big or too small for their farm. And this is very costly for them because they end up looking for another solution. At Simu Solar, we are able to provide an automated pump design in a mobile application, and our staff are able to access this wherever they are at the field. Another challenge that we see that farmers are facing is lack of capital to buy these irrigation systems. And actually, 90% of our customers are saying that they could not access a loan from a bank. So at Simu Solar, we do offer financing to these farmers, and we also install the system with a backup system of pay-as-you-go, which monitors the system in case of delayed payment. Now, our go-to market is the horticulture farmers, and we focus on this group of farmers because their return on investment for water is quite high, but also their seed to harvest time is very short. So we know that they can quickly get returns and they are able to pay us on a monthly basis. Our growth strategy is first by whenever we want to grow to another region, we first look at the type of crop that they're growing. We get to understand the farmers and also offer, or rather create a value proposition that fits that market. So you could see that value proposition for a region like Morogoro that grows onions will not be the same as for Njombe that grows avocado. And we grow the awareness and the market by our referral programs as well as agricultural events that we get to understand, attend, but also through creating awareness through demonstrations and let the villagers attend those demonstrations. Now, our success story at Simu Solar is, this is one of the families whereby we are happy to see the impact that the solar irrigation system created for them. So we did all the 3 services, whereby we first surveyed their farm. We got to understand the type of crop that they're growing, the size of the farm, as well as the source of water. Then we offered the right design for their farm, went ahead and provided financing and 2 years payment plan. And then we created our after-sales service for them. And we understand that farmers do face challenges with this equipment. So knowing that we are with them with the after-sales service is an added advantage for them. And all these 3 created, or rather increased, their income by 40%. They created more jobs and also were able to expand their farm and buy more another pump from us. We have also been able to sell more than 2,000 pumps across Tanzania and Uganda. Our gross profit margin is at 60%, and our units of economics is at 33%. We have been able to validate our business, and we are ready to scale. Now you might be wondering what keeps us unique. It's the combination of financing and customization. So you could see the companies that do offer customized pumps, but they do not offer financing. And there are those that do offer financing, but not customized pumps or any customization. Now the combination of the 2 really differentiates us from the rest of the companies, because we get to understand that farmers are really facing financial challenges. They're not able to buy these pumps. So providing those 2 and the right fit of the pump for them is an added advantage as well. Now what's next for us? We want to double our footprints by 2,000 pumps in the next 2 years. Our EBITDA is positive this year, and we expect to be fully profitable next year. And this is our road to profitability and scale. Our ask is 800,000 USD. We have currently been able to raise 300,000 USD, and we are seeking for 500,000 USD. And this is purely going to be used on 50% on inventory, 20% on product expansion, and 30% on market expansion. The team that is behind the vision is a team with deep knowledge in solar energy and financial services. We have worked together for past 5 years. We have gone through a few challenges such as COVID-19 and company restructuring, and we've done all this successfully, and we are all 100% based in country. We look forward to your support for our vision that will improve the livelihood of the farmers, the smallholder farmers. Please let's join us for a greater impact. Thank you.
Brilliant. Cool, cool. Thank you, Janice. Now get ready for questions from the public. Audience, any questions to Janice? Come on, Michael.
So thank you, Janice, for a really good presentation, really good pitch. I was thinking of the 800,000 that you're raising, and you have so far got 300,000. Yes. The 500,000 left. So what's the valuation? How much of the company do we get in shares? How much percentage do we get in shares if we put in the 800,000?
I don't think I quite got that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. So you're right now doing business in Tanzania. Are you looking at an international market as well?
Yes, so we are now in Tanzania and Uganda as well.
Oh, sure.
Yes. So we keep growing, and we have already been thinking about growing to Kenya, but we haven't. So we first want to really be established in, because Tanzania and Uganda is also a very big market, and then that's the future plan to Kenya.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you, Michael. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, I can see a raised hand there. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for interesting presentation. I would be interested to hear more what is your approach towards farmers. What is the strategy? How do you convince them that your product is good? And yeah, if you could explain it more explicitly. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So our approach to farmers is first, so before we're engaging with farmers without, we're getting the leads and go forward to look, to provide the solution. But as of late, we have researchers, business development officers, who first go and understand that region that we want to grow and the crop that they're growing. So when we go to offer the solution, we know exactly what is their pain points and what they need. So, and creating, because our product we offer, first we offer the surveying of your farm for free, and then we get to understand the type of crop and the source of water, and we explain to you the right size of the equipment that will fit your farm. Okay? And then after that, we give you a payment plan, a 2-year payment plan for the equipment that you'll buy. And then we give you a 2 years warranty, as well as after sales our service. So whenever you face any challenge with the pump, you can always call us. We have a toll-free number that customers do call. So all that really is very inviting and very, it works for most of the farmers. And as you could see, we are focusing the horticulture farmers. So these are the farmers that we are offering them income generating equipment, and they're also able to get returns, and they're also able to pay us timely. Yeah.
Thank you, Janice. Are there any other questions from the public? No? Yes? So you're not that shy at the end of the day. Good. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the pitch, Janice. I just have a simple question that in the next 3 to 5 years, from a technology and product point of view, are you looking to create some innovations in your technology or product, or what's your plan regarding that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are currently using a pay-as-you-go system, which uses the GSM technology. So now we are trying to develop the GSM plus hybrid technology that is going to offer financing even for the farmers that are not in the GSM. They cannot access the GSM. So that's where we're heading according to technology.
Thank you, Janice. And the time is almost over. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much.
Now, we are almost to our end of the today's pitching session. And last but not least, I would like to announce the 5th presentation from the second group. It will be Samuel from Nastec Power Solutions, all the way here from Ghana. Nastec provides affordable, reliable, and durable solar energy solutions to businesses and to communities in Ghana and in Africa by recycling electronic waste materials. But I will let Samuel to present more in detail the company. Samuel, the floor is yours. Let me just load your presentation. It's in slideshow, and you can start.
My name is Samuel Asare. I'm the founder and CEO of Nase Power Solutions. We are a solar energy manufacturing systems manufacturing company located in Ghana. And we develop renewable energy solutions using circular economy models to recycle electronic waste in producing solar generators, power inverters, and lithium-ion battery packs for individuals, communities, and businesses located in marginalized areas in Ghana. Sorry. All right. So I'm here today seeking to raise $2 million in funding with options for 20% equity. This funding is going to help us to secure the materials, equipment, infrastructure, and logistics, as well as expand our production capacity. That will help us to meet the demand that we currently have. All right. So one of the major challenges that everyone has, we have in Ghana, is electronic waste. Today, I can see a lot of us here have laptops and mobile phones. Everyone is using it. But then what happens to these gadgets when they've outlived their usefulness and they are no longer useful to us? For most of us, we discard them. But in Ghana, over 50,000 metric tons of electronic waste is generated. It's generated each year. And most of these electronic waste ends up in landfill sites, in our gutters, also in repair centers, which we are not able to do anything with it. For most of it, it is collected by scrappers who burns it in the open to extract the precious metals like copper, aluminum, and others, and then sell them. The process of extracting these is mostly through burning, which emits poisonous harmful gases to the environment, increasing CO2 emissions, as well as polluting the environment, causing serious health hazard for individuals living around. Less than 5% of these electronic waste actually ends up in the former recycling setups that are all properly recycled. But over 90%, as I said, ends up in one of these channels, which is bad for the environment. Meanwhile, over 5 million Ghanaians today don't have access to electricity, and 40% of these are rural communities who cannot be connected to the national grid or don't have access to the national grid electrification. Businesses in Ghana today are suffering because there is constant power outages and they don't have any means of electrification to support themselves. The alternative, which could be solar, the equipment and materials for that is also too expensive for the average Ghanaian to afford. And therefore, our solution today is to try to find a way to recycle, repurpose, and reuse electronic waste materials to develop affordable means, affordable solar energy options that will help individuals, businesses, and communities get access to useful means of electrification to improve their lives and businesses. For most of the part, electronic waste comes to our facility, and we are using circular economy approach. So we process this waste, use them to develop solar energy systems like solar generators. We utilize pay-as-you-go models, install it for customers and individuals, businesses in their homes, and then also help them to have electricity that they will use. We have three main products, which is power inverters. We develop pure sine wave power inverters, over 90% efficiency output. Lithium-ion battery packs, which are integrated in the solar generators, as well as the solar generator itself, which is a combination of the inverters and the batteries that are uniquely deployed for individuals and businesses to improve their energy accessibility. The total market size is over 7 billion, and the addressable market we foresee is about 5 billion, and we are seeking to access about 26% of this market, which comprise of the residential homes, rural communities, and businesses. For residential homes, we are targeting them, mostly real estate, newly developing sites, and individuals in rural areas, and homes looking for backup options. For rural communities, we are providing microgrid applications, and for businesses like shops and retailers, institutions, among others, we are providing alternative energy or backup solutions that will help them get access to electrification. There are already some individuals and businesses already in the market. The major one is the national grid. And then also we have other solar companies like Deep Solar, Peg Africa, Zola, among others, who are already utilizing similar products in the market. But then the advantage that we have is that we have an attractive pricing model, and then also we provide a more affordable and a more sustainable product. We also, because we are producing the product ourselves, we are able to provide more other additional services like repair, which are also free for the customers. And this is something that really attracts them. We reach our target audience or our market through our social media channels, e-commerce platforms, or word of mouth, mostly through community engagement. And then we use sale-as-you-go models, subscription models, using pay-as-you-go models, high purchase and direct sales to also make sales. For revenue, our products, we make revenue through installations, also training services. We provide solar training services to individuals wanting to learn the skills. We also do subscriptions and repairs for other solar products, and then mainly from the products, revenue from product sales. What we've been able to do so far is that we have been able to repurpose over 200 tons of electronic waste to develop products, and we now have over 300 customers who are currently depending on our product. We have 3 microgrids already installed, the electrification is over 2,000 people in Ghana. We've created over 50 direct jobs, and then we are hoping to increase that to over 200 direct jobs by 2027, sorry. And then because we are using circular economy approach, we need to build facilities that will be able to do this. And by 2028, we seek to build a complete battery recycling and development facility that will help us to recycle, repurpose, and reuse mostly batteries and electronic waste. And our target by 2026 is to reach, 2025 is to reach 1,000 subscribers. And then by 2027, we are hoping to reach 5,000 subscribers. We so far have raised $96,000 in funding already, and through that we have been able to make some revenues, which is helping us to grow. As you can see, in 2022, 2023, and in the current year, the highest growth of revenue that we made was in 2023, and in 2024, currently in the first quarter, we've almost made what we did in the entire year in 2022.
Thank you, Samuel. The time is up.
All right.
I told you, I will be interrupting you. So that's the last slide? Thank you so much. Now, perfect. Any questions from the audience? First, the attendees on site. Yes, of course, we have. We have one participant here eager to ask a lot of questions. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel, for a really great pitch. The slide where you showed the revenue, it looked like it was going down, but it's not actually going down, right? Yes. So what's the forecast for 2024?
All right, so let me go back to the revenue.
Yes.
All right, so the amount you see there is just for the first quarter of 2024. And for the entire year, I don't know, it's not coming.
There you go.
Yes. So for the entire year, 2024, end of year, our forecast is 155,600. And based on the performance traction that we have, that is how we are able to project to 2028 that we'll be making almost about $1 million by 2028. So in 2022, in 2023, for instance, you can see that the jump was quite huge from 22,919 to 76,915. And then using this projection, using this traction jumps, and then based on the current first quarter revenue that we made in 2024, that is how we have been able to project this this revenue that we are projecting to make.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Are there any other questions? We have some more minutes left. Yes, Laura? No? Over there? Just a sec, so that I can reach you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you again for the nice speech. Just a very simple question. I know in rural setting, this kind of business is challenging to collect money, especially in remote areas. So do you have any strategy to integrate different technologies so that your business and so that you can collect your money on time and you will continue?
Yes, so the rural communities are mostly, we only target them with the microgrid and smaller systems. But our main focus is on the businesses. The businesses are mostly located in the cities or in peri-urban communities. And this is where most of the revenue is coming from. And then also, aside the current locations that we currently operate, we are hoping, we are trying to expand beyond the current jurisdiction that we have. I'm trying to expand beyond the, into neighboring countries as well with our product. And that will also increase our our revenue margins, and that will bring in a lot of revenue as well. Aside that, we're doing a lot of recycling of this electronic waste. We're not just the repurposing. So the revenues that we have currently is based on the product that we are selling. But then the recycling bit also have its own revenue channels. That the end of life batteries that we are going to also recycle, the lithium-ion batteries, the black mass that will be coming out of it also has its own revenue channels. We are trying to develop our own batteries technologies, and then we are going to use the end-of-life batteries to develop these the new battery technologies. So the complete circular economy model, it just not only ends with the repurposing, but the complete recycling of the batteries into new forms, whilst deploy them into the field. And these are all approaches that we hope will bring in a lot of additional revenues when we bring them on board. I hope that answers your question.
When we connect, because I was thinking about the connectivity issue. For example, the InfoSpot that was proposed by the project, for example. I think you have some issue on collecting your money with the people, right?
Yes. So mainly what we did was that because of the model that we work with for the microgrids and also for the subscription-based individualized solar generators that we deploy to communities, we have to put in systems that will ensure that when the customers are not paying, the system will have to cut off, and then when they pay, it comes back online. With that, we need to be able to connect wirelessly or remotely, and then ensure that once the customer is offline and they make their payment, the system will be able to trigger on and they're able to use the system. And the challenge that we had from the beginning is that due to challenges with the connectivity, mostly in the rural communities, they don't have good networks, and the system that we had wasn't able to communicate directly with our systems in the cities where we are trying to transfer the credit onto the system in the field. So it became a bit challenging, and then we received the InfoSpot as a way to try and mitigate that particular challenge. Unfortunately, that also couldn't help a lot. So my team is currently working on additional approaches to be able to resolve this. We are trying to use SMS. I think most of the rural communities, SMS works better. So we are trying to use that to do the communication between the system and then also the payment approach that will, we believe will solve that. But in the meantime, we're also trying to see, because we have to also get data from the field, not only the payment. We also need to get data. We need to monitor the system to make sure that they are working well and we need to know the output efficiency, how the systems are performing and all that. We are trying that with both the SMS, GSM models that we think could also kind of resolve all these challenges. So those are some of the approaches that we are trying to see will work.
Thank you so much. And we are just on time, 1 o'clock sharp. We have lunch now. Thank you, Samuel. But before we go for lunch, maybe Natalia will announce our second session. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll be making a little stop on our program for today. I want to invite people that are joining online to rejoin us at 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Summertime and Central African Time to come with us and explore procurement opportunities in Africa and financing opportunities in Africa. We will have a 1-hour plenary session that's very interesting and promising. So I want to thank everyone and to ask you to rejoin us later today, and we will be going for lunch.
Right.
Okay.
So we get
live. Okay, so we're back for our afternoon session. Welcome back everyone who is joining us here in the beautiful city of Kigali and also online. As most of you already know, I'm Natalia Cardona. I'm a project manager for F6S, and we contribute to the SESA project as partners. I want to welcome everyone to this afternoon plenary session, Procurement in Africa and Access to Financing. First and foremost, I want to introduce our moderator for the session, Mr. Philip Tepper. He has over 17 years of expertise, and he has worked as a senior coordinator and principal expert for ICLEI, contributing to global, European, and national projects on sustainable economy and sustainable public procurement. His work focus is on supervising and managing projects, programs, and initiatives for a diversity set of stakeholders. He also leads on research and guidance on socially responsible public procurement and innovative approaches in public procurement. Since 2008, he has been the Procura Plus network manager. His professional background includes experiences of more than 20 years in capacity building and research in international consultancy work, using participative methodologies mainly and approaches. Philip, who has graciously accepted our invitation to be here today, this afternoon, has also formerly worked for European research organizations and different NGOs, publishers, and development organizations in Europe, Latin America, and the Higher Caucasus region. So, Philip, thank you for being here, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much indeed, Natalia. Dear all, this is a typical now online moderation where I can see myself now on the screen. I do not see you. I do not know how your lunch was. I heard it's fantastic. I had my wonderful German pizza here today, which is basically, we basically have some Italian colleagues delivering. That's wonderful. Wonderful. There I see this afternoon session about procurement. Yeah, procurement, about public procurement, private procurement, all those aspects that somebody buys something. It's something what we people, human beings, do every day. It's something that's really important. And I just came back from an early morning session with the European Commission, which sometimes needs to be reminded as a key enabler for transition and change. Because whatever you talk about on a strategy, let's take, for instance, energy transformation. This is a key topic today. At the end, somebody buys something. It can be a product, so it's some works. And so I'm really delighted to be with you today here at this very important afternoon session. I know it's afternoon. I hope you're at a coffee or something similar what you drink in Rwanda after having a good lunch. So please feel free also to use the opportunity later to ask questions. I already now would like to invite you to take your notes and thoughts. We have today 3 delighted speakers delivering this from a perspective from, of course, Rwanda. And it's really a pleasure to have our first speaker for this session, Mr. George Nwangdu, and that's my first and only try to pronounce his name correctly. So for the future, it's George, Professor George from the Yale University and the Stellenbosch University. He is a professor of law. What better you can have talking about public procurement if you have a lawyer or somebody similar? Yeah, he knows about the topic, definitely, because public procurement has a lot to do with the law. And he is an extraordinary professor at the Department of Mercantile Law. Wonderful. That's a connection we are talking today. He was appointed as senior fellow at the Mossavar Ramani Center for Business and Governance at Harvard Kennedy School in 23, as well as an honorary senior research associate in the Bartlett School of Construction and Project Management at the University College London since 22. And he is also the Director General of the Global Center for Law and Business in Abuja. Please give a warm welcome to George, Professor George, I call him now, talking about public procurement, PPPs, public-private partnerships, that's the word, right? Can they solve Africa's energy problems? Interesting question. We'll get some answers soon. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me try and share my slide. Can everyone see the slide?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maybe back to the beginning. Yeah, there we go. Back to the beginning. Fast rewind. And now fast forward.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. I am, as you can tell from what I'm wearing, I'm in Boston, I'm at Harvard. So it's morning here. And I wish you all good afternoon in Rwanda. My topic for today is, can PPPs solve Africa's energy problems? You know, I think it's apt because we're dealing with energy today. There is, of course, the distinction between public procurement and PPPs. PPPs are public-private partnerships. And they're just another means of procurement, different from your typical public procurement. And let's go through this really quickly, because I know I have 15 minutes to talk to you about this. And the first slide talks about Africa's energy challenge. Africa needs energy really quickly. There's 733 million people in Africa without electricity. There is, in sub-Saharan Africa alone, 600 million people. Approximately 53% of the population live without access to electricity. About 890 million people, sorry, it's million people in sub-Saharan Africa cook with traditional fuels, of course, and most people affected with that women with suffering, they suffer the consequence of using this traditional means of cooking. So this slide establishes that Africa has an energy problem, and for a number of you presenting here and trying to present your projects, it shows that you have a market in Africa because there's an energy problem that needs solving, and we needs innovative solutions, both the technical aspects of it, and procurement aspect of it, and that's why we're talking about PPPs today. So, why do we have energy access problems in Africa? Major problem is money, right? Second is poor maintenance of infrastructure. Even when that infrastructure is in place, there is a very poor maintenance culture. High level of poverty, making it difficult to develop on subsidized energy market. So you find that government needs to step in all the time to subsidize the market. So even where you have, even when you have private sector willing to come in, set up their energy and sell to the people, there's still the issue that people can't afford to pay for them. So government needs to come in and subsidize, and government resources are very minimal. Of course, then there's the problem of poor grid infrastructure. So we have a lot of power go onto the grid. The grid is not stable. Can we do a decentralized system? And that is where all of these other projects that are as seen displayed today come in. Can there be a decentralized system where there's less emphasis on a single grid? So how have we procured energy projects in Africa? We've done it through public procurement. Government raises its budget. Government taxes its citizens, gets money, exports whatever products that the country produces, gets money, and then there's always still a shortfall. So governments borrow money to make up the problem. But then you keep borrowing. Governments in Africa have hit a debt ceiling. There's no more fiscal headroom to do anything. So there's a problem with traditional procurement. Traditional procurement cannot provide all of the needs that the continent has. So what do? We have an option. The alternative are PPPs. So PPPs do two things. If you recall, when I started, I said there's no money. I said there's poor maintenance culture from the public sector. But PPPs have this ability to catalyze private sector resources to deliver public infrastructure, right? And PPPs also mean that you bring in the private sector with all of its expertise in managing projects, and they're able to come in and run these projects more effectively than public sector governments would have done. So what are PPPs? PPPs are public-private partnerships. It may be defined as a long-term, so they are long-term relationships. The first one, long-term relationships, they're usually between the public sector and private sector entities. They are typically arise where all the activities are combined together. The activity of designing, financing, construction, and management, operation of public infrastructure is done by a single entity. All of this were traditionally being done by the public sector, but they're handed over to the private sector to do. Now, the key to PPPs is you just don't, the parties share risk and responsibility and reward. So you do not dump all of the risk on one party, it is shared, usually shared in the proportion of the kind of risk each of the party can carry, all right? Now, for me, there are three-way tests for PPPs that PPPs must pass. Affordability. Are PPPs affordable? One, are they affordable for the government? Because you remember I talked about that a lot of these projects need support because, are they affordable for the government? Two, are they affordable for the citizens, the user public? The second test is, do the projects provide value for money? There are different ways of looking at value for money. It's a whole topic on its own. So there's cost benefit analysis. But in simple terms, what value for money is looking at comparing a PPP and other methods of delivery. Is a PPP going through the PPP method? Is it better? That is, in simple terms, what value for money is. So there's an evaluation, some sort of evaluation that is done. Three, appropriate risk transfer. Because every project, large-scale infrastructure projects or whatever, any project, it has risk. And risk is very fundamental to the way PPPs operate. This risk needs to be transferred in a manner that leads to optimal performance of the project. Otherwise, it's no longer, the project fails, right? I'll give you an example. In a typical project to build a power plant, you have the construction, you have operation, you have site risk, you have so many risks. Who do you give each of the risk to manage? You give it to the party that is best able to manage those risks. Otherwise, if you give it to the wrong party, the project fails. If you give too much risk to the private sector, project becomes too expensive. So you need to give the right amount of risk. For PPPs, always remember, risk is fundamental. Risk sharing, risk management is fundamental. Okay, this is the typical relationship between the parties. All right? PPPs okay, so I'll just go through them. It's based on a partnership. There's a partnership between the public sector and private sector. It's called the marriage, actually. So the public sector and private sector marry for a long time, usually 25 to 30 years. PPPs allow for private sector innovation because a typical public procurement will list out what the government wants you to procure on their behalf, and then you deliver, and then, but PPPs give you the ability to ask the private sector, look, I have this problem. Can you prefer a solution to that problem? PPPs allow you to integrate multiple functions together. So there's seamless integration. You can, one contractor is given the responsibility for designing, construction, finance, and maintenance, and even operation of an asset. That's what PPP does. Sometimes PPP is done through, there's payment by performance, and then after the contract ends, there's asset is handed back to the public sector. The key thing about PPP is whole life costing. The whole life of the project is costed, and not just a single aspect of the project. So the PPP models that have been used to finance energy sector, you have the design, build, operate, transfer. You have build, operate, transfer. PPPs have a way of, they have an alphabet soup. They have so many alphabets being joined together. But what you need to know is that this simply means that all of the aspects of a project are bundled together. You have the build, the private sector is to build, to operate the project, and then transfer back. That's what PPP in energy sector has always also been done through concessions or lease. So the project is leased to the private sector for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, and then they hand back. And then there's the management contracts, right? Like I said when I started, it's important to realize that PPPs are risky. And depending on how you manage risk, it's important. And intuitively, every private sector, every entrepreneur here understands that risk is important. That, risk, the more the risk, the more the reward. You've heard that before. And so PPPs, when you look at risk, you also have to look at it as an opportunity, right? And the way you apportion the risk between the parties is important. If you misallocate risk, it leads to project failure. And a lot of PPP projects that have problems have been as a consequence of misallocation of risk. And government will need to bring in support in PPP projects. They can bring in support in terms of by giving public loans. They can give loan guarantees. They can participate through equity participation. They can offer subsidies and a whole lot of techniques. You can give sovereign guarantees. There are a whole lot of techniques for mitigating risk in PPP projects. There's viability gap funding. Viability gap funding occurs when the project is economically viable, but not commercially viable. A project is economically viable when it will increase the livelihood of the citizens. So infrastructure, every piece of infrastructure actually adds to the economy of a country. And if you need that infrastructure very much, but it's not commercially viable for the private sector, sometimes government give what you call viability gap funding to make sure that the project become viable. Now, because I anticipate the question, people would ask the question, oh, I know a lot of PPPs, they're not working. First of all, PPPs are no silver bullet. It cannot solve all of your problems. You have to make sure that the project is suitable for PPPs before you deliver that project as a PPP. If it can't work as a PPP, then don't do that project as a PPP. The second, and I've talked a lot about, is mismanagement of risk. Risk is really always mismanaged in a number of these projects, and it leads to projects going bad. The way PPPs are anchored on project finance, the way that project finance is designed does not seem to work in Africa. In fact, yesterday I was just delivering a paper here at Harvard on my thoughts on project finance. And I have strong reservations on how project finance be delivered in Africa. And I think there needs to be an African way for project finance. You always hear the term, oh, there's a lot of money out there, but there are just no bankable projects for it. If there are no projects in Africa, there are a lot of projects in Africa. The problem might just be the type of money that is coming to Africa and not necessarily lack of projects. Thank you very much. I tried to put in so much within 15 minutes. I wait for questions. Thank you.
Wonderful, George. Thank you so much. Sticking to the time, everything, and you've seen the slides. I'm sure you will be able to read all the methodologies afterwards also. And George, you anticipated even my first question. So you answered it already about the risks. You put the risks in there quite dominantly and that you need to manage them rightfully. And you even mentioned what would be the African PPP approach, which I would be curious to hear more about, of course. But it's not me to comment too much or to ask the questions. It's now you, dear audience, the online and physical audience. This is your time to ask the question you were wanted to raise about PPPs in Africa. The floor is open now.
Good afternoon once again.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Professor George. I have a question and that ties slightly to your last statement about the fact that maybe we need to think about the African way of financing projects. There's a big risk in the sense that most African governments sometimes, unfortunately, do not honor contracts. And when you have, as a private company, when you go and raise project finance, you know, even though, yes, those SPVs are bankruptable remotely and all of that, but there is still that big risk that if the government does not fulfill its own obligation, you will default as the sponsor of those projects. So what are the solutions? What options have you seen out there in the market that we as private companies can actually use to de-risk that big public risk that exists on the side of the government?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And that's one problem that we've been grappling with in Africa. So there are options. I'll tell you the story of a power plant that was built in Nigeria, the Azura Edo power plant. And government, so luckily for the private sector, they got what you call a partial risk guarantee. So there are multilateral agencies that sell partial risk guarantees, that sell insurance products, that sell so many risk mitigating solutions. And so they got that, and every time the government tried to breach the contract, the World Bank would come and say, look, you better not, otherwise your credit rating will have, and so the government stepped back. So my advice is, but this sort of risk mitigating instruments are very expensive. The World Bank partial risk guarantees, they're really expensive. So what I would always advise is, if you recall, you see that when banks want to fail, they say, oh, this is too big to fail. Government comes in and tries to support it. So you need to build some sort of stakeholder management technique into your project. You either quickly list, you need to make sure that if you get the multilateral institutions in early, that they're your partners in the project, governments will be careful how they approach this. But typically, what I typically advise, or what I normally would do most times, is to ask for a letter of credit. Why don't you post a letter of credit, revolving letter of credit, so that if you default, I cash the letter of credit, depending on what you're selling to government. So there are different techniques really, but you choose depending on the size of the project, you choose the one that's best for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And of course, you can make your place of arbitration outside of the host country. So, and say, look, let's have our place of arbitration will be in London, in New York, whatever. You take it outside of the host country. And so people are much more careful.
That's insider tips, I guess, from a person who forms the private sector. Maybe I forgot to ask also if you could quickly introduce yourself with a name and company organization name when you ask questions. That's on my bad, but I was clearly linked to this. We can take another question from the audience. No, sorry, the audience. I have an online question also from Elizabeth Omami. What's the criteria used to select a project for PPP? George, what is the criteria used to select a good project? Maybe the key criteria.
Okay, so the first thing is a thorough needs analysis. Do we really need this project? Typically in Africa, we always build the typical bridge to nowhere. You see that projects are being done based on political considerations and not necessarily because we need them or because they make a lot of sense. So the first question is a thorough needs analysis. Do you really need this project? And is this, of all the competing projects, is this the best and better use of your resources? That is the first thing. Then the second is this project going to be commercially viable? In other words, is it suitable for private sector investment? Is private sector going to recover its investment on this project? If you're doing a toll road, for instance, are there sufficient vehicles plying that road enough to make sure the private sector recovers its money? 3, is it going to add economic value to the country? What sort of economic value is it going to add to the country? Is it, and 4, are there no other better ways of delivering this project or procuring this project other than PPPs? Those are some of the questions you ask yourself when you do the analysis as whether you want to do a PPP or not.
Thank you so much indeed, George, for this basically afternoon lesson here. We learned a lot. I hope you will remain one way or the other available also to the audience for any catch-up afterwards. And before we continue with the session, just a heads on, thank you very much for your interaction, raising your questions, and to both the audience and online chat, please continue doing so. So George, thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Just before he leaves, I think I've been asked to just go ahead and ask the question. I think they were trying to get your attention. Can I go ahead?
Sorry, who was this speaking? I didn't get the name, organization.
Okay, my name is Oluwatobi Shoyombo. I lead growth and business operations for Heavy News Synergy. We are an energy access company based in Nigeria. So I just have another question, because I don't mean to put you on the spot, Professor George. Your closing remark was that you have a different idea about how project finance should be structured in Africa. And as someone who, that's part of my key role within the company. I'm just curious as to what that structure looks like, if you can just summarize, so that as we go back now, we can start thinking about it actively, especially as we begin to explore PPP options in Nigeria.
It's very well. George, you have an elevator pitch, 30 seconds. You meet this guy in an elevator and have to explain how this is rolled out in Africa. Time.
Yes, please. So the first thing I need to tell you is that PPPs, because Africa is considered very risky, project finance is very expensive in Africa. The structures do not suit Africa. So for me, the best way is this. And I'll give you one scenario very quickly. There's a scenario that was used to procure Zungeru. Zungeru is a 700 megawatt power plant in Nigeria. And what they did was government borrowed money, concessionary finance at 1%. Government borrows cheaper than private sector, and build this asset. And private sector built the asset with $1.1 billion. Private sector comes in and takes a concession for this asset for 30 years. And private sector pays government. Private sector is paying government about something $million a year for the asset, and then does additional payment. At the end of the day, pays government about $100 and something million every year. Government uses the yearly payments, and private sector paid 5 years in advance, so they paid $350 million. Government uses that money and pays off its loan because it's a cheaper way to and makes additional income on it. So the initial due diligence that these big financial institutions needed to do on the private sector, they didn't need to anymore, because government took the initial risk, and when it was done, it bundled it onto the private sector. That is one way to go about it, but you can reach out to me and we can have a proper conversation about this. There's so many things, ideas I have.
Wonderful, George. That was a very, very high skyscraper elevator pitch. Thank you so much, George, for time. We will have to move on now to give some room also for our next speakers. Thank you very much indeed, George. Hope you can stay with us. If not, then you are, I think, easily reachable and findable on the internet. Our next speaker is Marie Dion. I will call you Marie now. And she is from the Get Invest project landscape, and she works as an advisor. This is a European program that mobilizes investment in renewable energy in developing countries. So I think you witnessed now the essence of this in practice at this meeting. She has a background as development practitioner, masters in development in emerging countries with primary experience in the renewable energy and finance access sector. She has previously worked with Little Sun, a German-based NGO providing clean energy products for residential and commercial use in developing countries, mostly in Africa and Asia. Currently, she manages a partnership at Get Invest, and I'm more than happy to have you here with us today. I can't see you yet there, but I can see your slides. So Marie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Philip. I am very happy to be here as well. Greetings to everyone from Frankfurt, Germany, where we are experiencing a really odd spring this year, rather cold and rainy, which probably you can't tell from my clothing. But yes, I'm very happy to get a sneak peek back into my home continent, albeit I've never been in Kigali myself, but I keep hearing wonderful things about it. So yeah, thank you to the team. Thank you to SESA for having me, for having us, and the opportunity to present a little bit what Get Invest is about. Also get a pulse of the sector, the challenges and advancements as of late, and delve into, yes, how we're helping basically deal with some of those challenges, notably related to finance access. So as Philip already mentioned, so my name is Marie. I work as an advisor at Get Invest, which is, as you can see on this slide, a European program funded by the EU, Germany, Norway, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Austria. We are part of what is called the Team Europe Africa EU Green Energy Initiative. I hope I got that right. And they serve as the one-stop shop for clean energy projects investments. So in a nutshell, Get Invest mandate is to provide support by way of TA, technical advisory, to private sector company in the clean energy space, essentially, yeah. And help them unlock capital. And we are primarily mandated for now in Sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, but primarily in Africa. The raison d'être or the theory of change, and Philip and Natalie, you can actually move on to the next slide. Thank you. So these are the challenges that my fellow speaker George, has already highlighted some of them. Nothing particularly striking or no news for you really. But the raison d'être or the theory of change of Get Invest, it lies on the premise that the issue is, from our perspective, not so much the lack of capital, but the lack of this capital being channeled or unlocked towards the right companies and business cases and models, and compelling business cases and models here being bankable. Now, George is completely right in stressing the fact that on the investor side, there is sometimes a lack of adequate funding made available to fit African project financing and African contexts. And that's true. And that's why we're also developing a service called EDGE, enabling domestic green energy finance, which is basically a support to financial systems, so local domestic banks, financing institutions, and so on, to increase their appetite to intake more clean energy and green projects into their portfolio and invest into them as well. So this notably helps with hedging with challenges of currency exchange, but also localizing the offer as is the demand in this case. So that is the USP of the TA we offer. Quite frankly, that's tailored to the bespoke needs of the project in question, and ensure that we unlock and help them unlock the right capital for them, be it debt, equity, or grant. So I think we can move on to the next slide. This one. Thank you. So this is our solution in a nutshell. As I mentioned, bespoke technical advisory to a pipeline of companies and clients that is tailored to enhance their bankability for financial intake. Be it companies at a rather premature growth stage in need for seed funding, or perhaps more mature companies that need capital to upscale their operations and businesses. So our service delivery serves both companies and investors as well by being an honest broker between a hyphen, if you will, between either side of the funding demand and supply. So that is to help companies essentially speak investor language, which we understand can be quite murky sometimes, and in turn support financiers in building a pipeline of bankable and compelling projects and business models for intake. And as you can see on this slide, we're part of a family called GetPro, the Global Energy Transformation Program that hosts us as private sector support, but we also have a sister project called GetTransform that works with public entities, so governments, regulatory agencies, etc., on topics of regulation, improving framework conditions, and so on and so forth. So as a whole, GetPro supports the development of bankable frameworks to create, attractive energy markets as a whole and bankable projects from private sector, which is where GetInvest is specifically mandated. Thanks. So these two, to have maybe a better understanding on how we operate. So these two highlights the two TA facilities we have at GetInvest, which I alluded to earlier. So for support to companies at different growth or maturity stages. So both facilities operate under the wider umbrella of the GetInvest Finance Access Advisory Services. So on the one hand, you have the finance catalyst that typically accompanies mature businesses, usually with their commercial track record and that are operationally quite advanced to help them unlock further funding or catalyze the funds that they've previously accessed. So, for example, sometimes we may work with a company and we've helped them unlock a further round of funding, and then they would come again and reapply to our services for support on bespoke processes, be it, for example, debt restructuring or mergers and acquisitions, et cetera. And then we have the finance readiness support that supports locally owned companies, earliest stage of growth. They require business development support, financial modeling support, etc. So these profile of companies, we help them build sturdy business structures. We help them enhance their commercial, technical, and of course, financial viability of their value proposition as well. So the interesting fact that arose or feedback we keep having from the consultants we work with is sometimes from an investor perspective, it could be easier to lend easily 10 million euros to a maturely structured company than it is to lend 500,000 to an early stage business, for example, as counterintuitive as it may sound, because just the level of oversight and ensuring that the return of investment can be there from an early stage business with operational challenges, with commercial challenges, that level is just higher when compared to the commercial credibility of mature companies. So the issue here is really not the volume of capital, but rather the fact that actually there is stronger appetite even for bigger tickets of investments with the financiers that we work with typically. But the issue is rather, the risk associated with the project and the cost of capital. So that's, in a nutshell, the spirit of the FRS. So to help them increase their credibility, their investment worthiness for local and early stage businesses, and help them establish themselves really in a market that is that is rapidly growing and performing. So these type of companies, maybe just to give you an idea of the profile, so they usually serve decentralized solutions, so non-grid connected solutions, as highlighted by George. They serve off-grid customers, last mile consumers, etc. So typically standalone and home systems, pico solar for residential use, mini and microgrids for commercial and productive use, and so on and so forth. So we really strive to strike a bit of a balance and provide support where kind of hit the nail where the head is, so to speak, and provide support where it is needed, as it is needed. You can see a track record in number, I believe, on the previous slide still. Yes, on this one, thank you. Yeah, so this is basically our track record in numbers. As you can see, we are now actively supporting 180 companies with TA. 90 of them have reached financial close that reflect a total projected investment volume of more than 450 million euros. And I've actually had the pleasure of seeing amongst the companies pitching this morning, some of them that we have worked with in the past or are currently working with. So yeah, this is in a nutshell what we have implemented since the birth of Invest. Right, so this slide presents some elements of the TA that we propose to the clients. There could be some similarities, of course, in our portfolio, and that could be reflected in the advisory as well. But as I highlighted, we really strive to customize the coaching to the actual needs of the client. So there really is no one-size-fits-all approach applied to all. And I'm also going to stress what some or most of you are already quite aware of, that is unlocking capital really is a journey. It's not a eureka, I found it moment, found in a stroke of luck with little preparation. We have a team of seasoned consultants and advisors that are going to walk with you on that path to really understand your business needs and identify with you the right capital, whether that capital comes from local supplier or international supplier. We often notice that some companies have a strong preference for grants, for example, for the apparent ease that comes with. But even grants do come with a few strings attached, and are usually linked to strong KPIs and other reporting requirements, and so on and so forth. So we really try to understand what the needs are, and then advise on the befitting funding to help you scale your businesses and match make you with the right investor as well. So it's a partnership in the long run. I think you can delve into maybe the slide of the funding database, so I can explain a little bit. It's going to be interesting, I think, for people to navigate. It's called the funding database. I think it comes before that one. Right, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so this is basically a really, it's quite user-friendly. It's on our webpage. I think it lists more than 170 financiers that we work with as of now, to support their investment pipeline, essentially. So you can filter along the criteria of your choice, so market segment, business model, country of operations, etc. And it will basically present you with the financiers that are active in that space. So we, as I mentioned, also work with domestic financiers and provide them with technical advisory to help them better understand and increase their appetite to invest in, risky, quote-unquote risky, clean energy projects in their markets. And this dedicated support to local banks really helps hedging with some of the issues, as I just mentioned, with currency risks, for example, and diversify the range of investor and capital made available. A few guidelines maybe on how to apply, I think would be handy. Next slide. So you can basically apply anytime on our website. Do feel free to have a look at the list of criteria for eligibility. In case of doubt, you can always write to the info desk email address I'm going to share later on the last slide. And you can write to one of our team members, of myself, and we'll schedule an introduction call and assess with you whether you're eligible or not, and maybe just walk you through the process in general. One thing worth mentioning, GetInvest does not provide funding. We do not provide funding ourselves. We will match make you and provide you with TA to link you with the right funding offer. And this service is entirely free of charge, thanks to the donors that I just mentioned. The only investment that we require from you really is the seriousness of the company and the reactiveness in showing us that they really want this. They want to work with us. We always encourage them to be transparent with their needs, be available, and be responsive as we reached out. So the two facilities I also mentioned that I did more as an FYI. There's nothing for the companies to worry about at the application phase. As I said, they're both hosted under the umbrella of the Finance Access Advisory, and that's the advisory that you apply to. Once we receive your application, on the back end, our management and a team of advisors, they're going to assess it and allocate you to the right facility to support you, be it the finance catalyst or the finance readiness support. Yeah, I think I've pretty much covered it all. We are reachable at the following address on the last slide. So you can write to me, you can write to Angelis Kamande, our head of finance access advisory. For application-related questions, and in case of more generic questions, you can always write to the info desk. And yeah, thanks to everyone for your attention, and we look forward to working with you.
Wonderful, Marie. Thank you very much for your pitch on this exciting services that you do provide for free. I took a note on no lack of money, but how it's channeled. I heard this very many times, so it's still the issue there to channel it correctly, make good bankable projects. We at Eklai have our experience in this too. I will reach out to you directly afterwards. But now it's the time for your questions again. Dear audience, online and physical there, please take your chance and raise your question to Marie.
Okay, Oluwatobi Shoyombo here again. Just to say shout out to okay, can I go ahead? Okay, cool. So shout out to Get Invest. I mean, like I mentioned while answering the question, I think we have we've been part of that of their program. We've been supported by them in the past, and I also know of a few other companies, at least in Nigeria, that have also been part of their system and also went on to successfully raise some funding. So just shout out there. But I have a couple of questions. Number one is that you mentioned during your pitch that you've been able to support, I think you've received over 8,000 applications, about 450 something companies have been through your program, but about 90% have closed funding. Just, I mean, since we are all startups here trying to learn from each other, so it would be good to just highlight what do you think have been the common things amongst those 90 that have succeeded in raising funding that we can all learn from as we also prepare to maybe raise more funding from investors. So that's the first question. The second question I have is that there seems to be, at least from where you stand in Nigeria, I'm not sure of what happens in other African markets, but in Nigeria, in the energy access space, there's a big equity funding gap. I think we have a lot of debt options right now, locally and also internationally as well. But there are very few equity investors that are looking to invest in energy access companies, specifically maybe in Africa, but specifically in Nigeria. So just wanted to ask you, what's the reason for this, and is there something that Get Invest is doing to also address that problem as well? Maybe supporting local. I mean, let me not answer the question because I don't know what the answer is. So those are the two questions that I have.
Thank you so much, Marie.
Thank you. Right, so maybe let me dive into the commonalities of the 19 companies, 90 companies, by the way, not necessarily 90%. We would love to reach that indicator, but that's in the works. So the commonalities of the 90%, I don't provide the advisory myself. We work with a pool of consultants that work with our management team. So they would definitely have a better grasp of the portfolio and of the journey to kind of, and actually that's one of the construction sites that we've been working on to kind of, find what are the common denominators and maybe develop a learning tool from that that we can build on into the next phases of implementation, to learn from the mistakes, to learn from the best practices, and so on and so forth. But I would personally say, as I mentioned earlier, it's really important because some companies sometimes they do apply and then they become a bit lukewarm about the process. So it's really important for them to show us and themselves actually that they are in on it. it is a journey, as I mentioned, and some of them would have the they would just want to give up halfway. Let's put it that way, because
you
sometimes
need the energy, right? Yeah, the energy.
You need the energy, definitely. Yeah. It's a daunting process. It's a challenging process. The success metrics you see on this slide, there are many rejections on the back end as well. So it's not really that you reach out to an investor and have your business in order, and that's pretty much it. And some of them also need to open their mindset as well to the actual TA, because they would apply to it, they would request the service, and then they would come with a set of expectations on what it is that they actually need, and not necessarily be transparent with us. So as I said, many have a preference for grants tools because they think it doesn't come with any strings attached. It's just, you unlock a first round of funding and that's it. But a myth that I think really need to be debunked is, especially from the company's perspective, needing the money or unlocking capital is something. Having the capacity to absorb it is an entirely different thing. And sometimes there isn't necessarily a lot of realism on the latter. There could be a lot of, a strong desire to be, to unlock capital and scale your businesses and so on, and that's great. But knowing the adequate capital for you, be it not necessarily always grants, but be it equity or debt, depending on the maturity stage of your company, that's an entirely another thing, because you also need to be realistic on what it is that you can or cannot absorb. It doesn't make sense for you to request for a hyper large ticket size or investment volume, as we call it, and then deal with debt issues afterwards and things that are going to put your company structures into an even murkier situations. So the commonalities, as far as I'm concerned, would be to be serious with the whole process and to be open, to be actually open and come with an open mind with the TA that is provided. But I'm more than happy to put you in touch with the actual experts that have walked that path and walked that talk with the companies, and I will try and keep in touch once we have an actual learning tool that we can share with the wider industry.
Yeah, that's so wonderful, Marie, because you're giving the hints and the points where to follow up on today's session already. We have 5 minutes left. If I would be German, I would be leaving after 5 minutes, but I'm German, but not in my heart today. So I really asked you to stay with us for a little bit longer for this session. And thank you again, Marie, and greetings from Freiburg in Germany to Frankfurt in Germany. The sun just came out here in Freiburg, so you might want to consider just traveling to Freiburg and Breisgau from time to time. Thank you very much indeed, again, for your contribution. Please stay in contact with Marie if you have further questions, and we will move on to our last speaker for today. Her name is Emily Uwazi, and she is a climate finance manager at the Rwanda Green Fund. Emily is actually sitting there with you in the audience room, might be coming up on stage this very moment and preparing to give her speech. She is there working for the Rwanda Green Fund that mobilizes financial resources from diverse donors. Maybe some of those that Marie mentioned in her presentation, but maybe also others. And she is, prior to assuming her position there, she worked as climate finance manager and a national advisor at GIZ, also in Germany, providing technical assistance to Minekofen, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning of Rwanda, focused on fiscal policy matters and domestic resources, revenue, mobilization. Emily has a bachelor's degree in economics from American College and a master's degree in public policy from Peking or Beijing University. Emily's roles in the governance, climate finance and fiscal policy over the past 7 years gives a unique understanding of the deep needs countries such as Rwanda require to become more resilient to climate change. So that's now on the dessert for all of you. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Philip, for the good introduction. So, without further ado, with limited time, I'll just go quickly through my presentation. Like Philip mentioned, I work for the Rwanda Green Fund, which is an institution by the government of Rwanda to mobilize and coordinate financial resources for climate change projects in the country. Okay, so we're going to look a little bit about the global climate finance landscape and why it's so hard for us as an institution to really mobilize funds from various donors. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Rwanda Green Fund and the financing facilities we've put in place both for the private sector and for the public sector, and looking at the challenges of climate financing and the way forward. Okay, so the global climate finance landscape, I think Professor touched a bit upon it, but the money is there, but it's not so accessible. So as you can see, 90% of the money are for mitigation projects, so renewable energy projects, and just 10% goes into adaptation. But as you know, Africa needs more adaptation financing. Okay, so these are Rwanda's climate actions. Again, like many of African countries, we have our Vision 2050, which is to be carbon neutral, middle income economy by 2050. We have our national strategy for transformation, which accounts into every sector and how that can be greenified. We have, of course, our NDC, like every country has, which is to reduce emissions by 38%. And then lastly, I know so many strategies, we have our green growth and climate resilience strategy. Okay, so what's the cost of Rwanda's national determined contributions? In total, it's 11 billion. And if you can see, it's kind of 50-50. Half of the cost goes towards mitigation actions, and half of the cost goes into adaptations, so things like reforestation, and then mitigation, things like renewable energy. Okay, so the Rwanda Green Fund, what is it? Why was this institution even needed to be created by the government of Rwanda? Why not just the Ministry of Environment, you know, carrying out financial resource mobilization? So the Rwanda Green Fund really plays a catalytic role. Of course, we work for policy advocacy. I mean, we are part of the government, so we advocate for every framework to be greenified. We have private sector engagements. We try to use innovative financial instruments, not just, you know, limiting ourselves to grants or loans, but also looking at green bonds, carbon markets, and etc. to finance projects. And of course, we have partnerships. We try to maintain a good relationship between us and donors. So far, we've mobilized a little over 275. It's going to be 300 million by this year. And these are our main donors or partners. We have former DFID, UNDP, the Climate Investment Fund, which is under the World Bank, SEDA, the Swedish Cooperation Agency. We will also work with the NIDA, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, the GEF. So mostly major climate funds, but also bilateral donors. These are our priority investment areas: climate smart agriculture, or sustainable food systems, biodiversity conservation, and things such as sustainable cities and sustainable urbanization are the areas we try to invest in. Okay, so a little bit about the impact. Again, this is how much we've mobilized. We've invested over 46 projects. Again, these are kind of the green jobs we've created, wetland restoration we've done. I think you've gone to Nyandungu, and so we try to invest in similar projects throughout the country. So a little bit about our financing facilities. So we mobilize money from donors, but once it gets into the Rwanda Green Fund, how do we now deploy it to the private sector or the public sector to make sure that the citizen has access to this funding? Okay, so first, our public sector facility, Intego facility. It's a Kinyarwanda name, again, to show government ownership for when we get the money. And this is really a fund or a facility for public sector. So meaning academia like the University of Rwanda, district, local governments, as well as central government. So ministries can apply for this funding. So we've mobilized a little bit, it's about 50 million USD. These are the projects that we've received so far. So again, we mobilize money from donors, but once the money gets into the Rwanda Green Fund, we do a call for proposal. So ministries, local governments, districts, national universities can write a project proposal document and apply for funding, and if it's well written, they will receive the money. So this is a little bit about how it goes. Now Ireme, also a Kinyarwanda name, Ireme Invest is now the private sector facility within the fund. So how that works, it's a bit more complex. So we mobilize the money, and then the money is now, should be channeled towards the private sector. So the Rwanda Green Fund houses a project preparation facility to make sure, again, if you're in the private sector, you're not really looking to write a PhD dissertation on how this project is gonna, revolutionize green green investment. So we try to work with you to really write a good project document, and then the Rwanda Development Bank has the credit facility. So you come through us, we help you, give you technical assistance, and then the credit facility is at BRD. So in the credit facility, you can either apply for a loan, a guarantee, or leasing. So in our project preparation facility, you can also apply for a grant, which is recoverable or non-recoverable grant. So recoverable is basically a 0% interest. You just pay back the money we give you. So this is the pipeline so far. Again, you can see that, I skipped too far. You can see that most of them are mitigation projects. This is also what we tend to see because, again, adaptation usually in Africa doesn't have a strong business case because, reforesting an area doesn't really make money compared to, clean energy projects. So this is a little bit about our private sector facility. Okay, access to climate finance. The challenges are real. So number one, it's very unpredictable. Getting money from donors, again, if there is any sort of, the war in Ukraine or any sort of other things happening outside of our control can reduce significantly the amount of money we mobilize. It's very resource intensive. So like I had mentioned, multilaterals such as the World Bank, FDB, or the Green Climate Fund, to get money from them, so they first put out an expression of interest to every country around the world. We apply for that. Once they say, okay, this is a good expression of interest, we see the demand, we see the need, they say check, they come for a scoping mission within the country, they work with the government, we look at the geographical area of intervention that we can work towards. Once they check that, we now write an investment plan and then present it to the board for approval, and then we get the financing. So you can see that that whole process can take about 2 years. So it's very resource intensive and really not for the faint-hearted. You have to be very patient when you're applying to multilateral development bank or multilateral financial institution. Like I said, it's time consuming. Getting money from, engaging a donor to actually getting money in the bank can take 2 to 3 years, and sometimes the needs on the grounds have changed, which is also tricky because you have to revise your investment plan and make sure that you've engaged stakeholders again and say, okay, the money was delayed, what can we now do, or how can we adapt now? And then it's small volume, usually around $20 million given by donors. And then if you see back to my previous slides, the NDC needs are in billions. So even if $20 million sounds like a lot of money, the needs are really huge, and Rwanda is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. So if you want to see transformational change really on the ground in Rwanda, it's going to take billions of dollars. So the way forward, how do we overcome these hurdles? The programmatic approach is really how we are now looking at how to really mainstream this project. How can it be a big scale investment program, and then under that have a project, but it's streamlined, it's very clear, it's not small, isolated, fragmented project in random district or this random company that don't talk to each other. So really that's the vision of the government that they're trying to go towards. So the programmatic approach is really, number one, bundling every project, that NGOs or other actors or development partners on the ground are doing, but does that speak into a greater goal of achieving the NDC? How does this project not be fragmented? How can it be streamlined for really transformational change on the ground? So again, remember that the Vision 2050 is really the umbrella, that the overarching goal. We have strategic objectives, and now we have thematic programs areas like green urbanization, sustainable land use. So these programs is what each project is going to speak towards. So making sure again that it's organized and streamlined, and each intervention works within achieving a greater goal. Okay. So these are the programs of actions, like I've said. And then under this program, again, these programs are in line with the NDC, in line with the Vision 2050 of being carbon neutral by 2050. And then, so it's not just a random program. Every project has to speak to these thematic areas. And then, this is a chart of really how climate finance flows into Rwanda. Again, like I said, we have bilateral development partners, again, like SIDA, DFID, that we work directly with, and we can send an MOU and they can give us directly the funding. We have multilateral, so these are institutions that lend for countries around the world. So the IMF, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and these are the toughest ones because it's, again, you're competing with every other country in the world. So you make sure your expression of interest is very, very interesting for them to pick it up for funding. We have the major climate funds. Again, we've mobilized to the Climate Investment Fund 33 million, the JEF about 43 million, and then the GCF as well. And then we have private financing that it's a dashed square because we haven't really tapped into that, but we see that there is a lot of potential. So for example, the Jeff Bezos Earth Foundation has as much money as the Green Climate Fund, so it's really something that we're really looking towards on how to tap into that. So these are really our donors. So donors can put money in the country in two ways. Number one, they can put directly into Minecofin, the Ministry of Finance, and that goes through the national budget. And then within the national budget, they now kind of decide what to do with that money, or they can bring money directly to us, the Rwanda Green Fund, and then it goes into one of our investment facilities for the private or the public sector. And then from then, we've, again, the 4 thematic areas of how each project should be under and what each project addresses. So that's how we try to organize more or less our climate financing. Like I said, we're moving from project-based, small fragmented projects all over the country into a programmatic approach, addressing one holistic framework and addressing one issue. Okay, so again, structured financing, who does what, who's in charge of what, technical assistance into writing project proposals for both public and private sector, making sure it gets to the end users, and then enabling green investments. Quickly, just 1 second for the carbon markets. Carbon markets, it's again a new way of financing. you can get carbon credits in two ways. Government to government is what we're doing as the Rwanda Green Fund. So when you reforest an area or plant trees, you can now go towards a global north country and sell your carbon credits to that. But of course, as anything in climate finance, it's not that easy. Making sure your credits are valorized and being able to sell into another country, it takes a lot of work and a lot of technical assistance. So yes, so that's again every COP last COP actually we signed a bilateral agreement with Switzerland and Singapore to make sure that when we're ready we can sell our carbon credits to them, and that's another way of getting financing. Lastly, of course, it's domestic resource mobilization. That's taxes, and taxes coming from the people of Rwanda. So making sure that there is, subsidies for the private sector to engage into green projects, but also reforms such as taxing old cars, and that can come into the National Treasury or the Rwanda Green Fund. And then that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Emily. Murakose, if I may pronounce it more or less correctly, for this really last presentation of this session about really some practical information that I hope everybody of you can make use of. Don't worry, the slides will be given to you. You will get them by the organizers. It's my pleasure now also to ask you, dear audience, dear chat, for the last time of the session, do you have a question to Emily?
Can I? Okay, so what does it take for private? I know a lot of your work has to do with reforestation and the likes, but we are private companies here, startups are here, and I've made two very good Rwandan friends, SLS Energy and EcoGreen Solutions. So I just want to know, what does it take for Rwandan companies like theirs to actually raise funding from you, because they need the money now to, to scale their clean cooking solution and their battery recycling initiatives as well. And have you registered your interest in those two companies on a lighter note?
So yeah, no, thank you. So again, we had a call for proposal opened on our website. Every company in Rwanda is more than welcome to apply. But what we see with the private sector is really the capacity to write, to fill out, number one, the form. They said it's too demanding, maybe, the questions we ask, and to be able to write a good business plan and project proposal. So that's why we try to give them technical assistance. But again, every 6 months or so, we have a call for proposal that they can apply to. And I hope you've applied to it, Amy, maybe. Okay.
There's another question in the audience. Front row, wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you. My name is Seif Hamoud. I'm the Director of Business Development from EcoGreen Solutions Limited. We do production of improved cookstoves and efficient fuel, which is pellet. Yes, we did apply, but if you look at the requirement and the forms that you provide for people to access your money, it's really tiresome, and it's as if you are really, chasing people to apply for the funds. Yet, we really want to contribute on both CO2 reduction and as well as expose ourselves to the carbon market, international carbon market. But and the second thing is that you have to work on the capacity building of the private sector, and then you introduce the fund. But you did the other way around. And the second question is the repayable grant always available to be applied, or we have to wait for the call for proposals? Thanks.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. No, we've heard this criticism from a lot of our private sector. So the issue is that we also have donor requirements that, again, this is not our money. We raised it from the various donors. And if you know donors in the global north, you know that they also have very strict requirements when on how you're using their money. So in short, in simple languages, is that we are trying to make it simpler, but again, we don't want to be audited and find that it was oversimplified, because then we can't raise funds anymore. Because again, each donor has also very stringent requirements on how reporting has to be done. How did you select these companies? What are the requirements that you put through? So this is also kind of the balancing game we try to play. But of course, it's a shame because sometimes the money is not absorbed, and these donors, and we try to explain to them that if your requirements are so high, this money will end up not being absorbed, and everybody loses. The money you give us won't be absorbed by the private sector. You don't want to reduce the requirements, so it's really like a balancing game. And it's also well noted for the technical assistance. We tried to put the call for proposal, but then we saw that the capacity and the competency to really write a viable business proposal is not there. So that's what we're working on, again, free of charge, because that's a grant component and it's not a loan. And for the recoverable grant, again, it's 0% interest rate, so you pay back what we gave you. Yes. And if you're not interested in that and just want to borrow money, then you can go directly to BRD. That sometimes people don't want to deal with the additional stress of a grant. When it's a loan, then yeah. Yes. You would have to wait, for the call for proposals. Yeah.
Every 6 months.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wonderful. I see there's another hand raised at the back of the audience room. So I think if you are then that energized, then please go on with questions. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Geoffrey Gassere. I already aware of what Ifonel was doing about the funds, but I was not aware of the complications on application because I have never been applied. So my question now, which is coming in now, is it the issue of the writing good proposals, or it's the issue of complying with the requirements? Like companies may apply, but the grant requirements, like the certificate may have whatever, there are like requirements you should have for you to apply. But knowing like good writing, I think would not be an issue. It's not a big issue. What is the issue there? I'm not sure what is there.
No, good. Okay. I think the private sector maybe doesn't like to write a lot because you really have to explain clearly the climate rationale. So a lot of times we see that these are just sometimes development projects. It can be a school, or for example, for the public sector, or another thing, a school, but it has like maybe solar panels, So justifying really the climate rationale and how much that solar panel will reduce emissions, that's the issue they have. So the project itself, it's okay, but really making sure you articulate the climate rationale, that we see that they're not ecologists, so that's what we try to work with them on. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for a great presentation. My name is Okese. I'm the founder of Power Stove Energy from Nigeria. Looking at your presentation, when you got to the carbon credit, you rushed over it, and you made us to understand that it's still work in progress for your organization. And I want to ask this question. Since part of the process of you raising funds for your green bond has bilateral financing, what if a company has created an SPV for green projects, and the SPV is focused on renewable projects, and the renewable projects have access to carbon offsetting companies, and they're interested in Rwanda, and the SPV is for 10 million, and they need a counterpart from your organization to provide 5 million, while the SPV augments the remaining 5 million to help Rwandan green project to develop their project and also connect them to carbon offsetting companies. Is that possible?
Yeah, okay. So for the carbon market, there's two ways to access money. So government to government, like what we're doing with, for example, with the government of Singapore, or on the market, voluntary market, exactly. Sometimes I forget these terms. Or on the voluntary market. And the voluntary market, as you know, it's very volatile. Sometimes a ton of carbon can really be $15 or it can be 2 cents, you know. So on that part, it really depends on the companies in Rwanda. Again, for governments, it's, you know, it's through MOUs. So that one depends on the private sector company.
Thank you so much, Emily. We have to consider that we are still partly online and physical. I suggest you there in the room, you will have all the chance to get all the questions, Emily, there. Thank you very much indeed, Emily, for being available today. Also, out of experience, I know that the last speaker sometimes is hard, but you really kicked off this interesting topic there for the audience. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank everybody that contributed, of course, George, Marie, and Emily as the speakers, but also all of you that asked questions, be it Saif Hamoud, be it also, it is a bit umami, just as a guy say, okay, Sai, I am pronouncing names in a German way. Everybody that contributed today to the session, thank you so much, and I would like to hand over to you, back to you, Natalia, from the team there, and Rwanda. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, everyone. We will be closing the Zoom session now. And just to wrap up, I want to thank everyone that attended today this Invest and Procure Summit. It's been very successful, and we're quite happy with these results. I just wanted to share, just our closing remarks with all of you. That it's very important for us that you are all here today, the people that are attending in person, and of course the online attendees. We're very grateful. We want to also give thank you to ICLE Europe for the support in the moderation of our plenary session, and the colleagues from ICLE Africa for all the great support. To our technicians, again, thank you so much for everything today. And I wanted to share, if we can share the screen. I want to invite everyone to please visit our channels, go to our website. That's the main contact point that we have as SESA. We are posting our outcomes, results, and opportunities there. So go to our portal and follow us on our social media accounts, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. We also are present on the F6S platform. So if you want to go there and explore what opportunities we have available, not only as SESA, but also as F6S, you're more than welcome to do so. And do not forget to subscribe to the SESA newsletter. Thank you, everyone. I hope that you have a great rest of the day. And that would be all from our side.